Hello and welcome to the second day of the 6th International Conference on the Safety of Journalists. We're back in our almost empty auditorium, but Elizabeth Frey is with us today. So great to have colleagues and some people at least interacting a little bit in the audience. And we try to combine still the streaming at YouTube that you can follow and also the Zoom room for questions and discussion. Please let us know if there's any problem with the sound, if you can hear echoes. And yeah, we're several people trying to organize this and learning as we go.
Yeah. Thank you for your patience. I think you will need lots of patience with us today, but we'll do our best. My name is Roy Krøvel. I'm a professor here at Oslo Met. I work with Ingrid and Kristin Skar-Aasjø. Today it will be mainly Ingrid Fodnes and myself who will try to guide us through the program. And I think most of the time we will be watching and discussing short documentaries.
Yes, today will be a mix of presenting of new literature in the field of safety of journalists. It will be short docs, and it will actually be, we could say, like the premiere of short docs that are especially made for this year's conference. So that's very exciting. But we will start today with satire, humor, and the risk of drawing the undrawable. And we have invited two cartoonists and scholars who work with political satirists. So we will start with the presentation of Arifur Rahman. He is originally from Bangladesh, but he lives in Norway. And if he connects, he will explain why he is living here and why drawing and making cartoons has made him move all the way to Norway. But he has prepared a presentation that we will watch first. And after that, Mahmoud Farjami from Iran will also make a presentation. He is connected to Zoom, so we will have him here and have the possibility to ask questions and give comments. So as yesterday, please just post questions in the chat of the Zoom, but also use, for those of you who follow the stream at YouTube, we also keep an eye on the chat room also at YouTube, so just post your questions as we go. So we'll have some time for some dialogue. So I think we will just start with Arifur's presentation.
I had a dream. I'd be a cartoonist. My cartoons would be published in the different newspapers and magazines. My thoughts and opinion would be expressed through writing and drawing. My cartoons would reveal inconsistencies, problems, and corruption of society. Those would be expressed via satire, humor, and analogy. I had a dream. I'd be a cartoonist. As an artist, I had no formal education in the arts. I dreamed to going to art college, but I did not have the ability and it was unrealistic too. But I did not stop. Every day, I used to read the newspaper to select content for drawings, cartoons. I used to buy posting envelopes with my pocket money, fill them with cartoons and send them to the editor of different newspapers for publication. I always focused on ideas and quality in drawing, as if the cartoon would impress the editor of the newspapers and I wish they would print my cartoon in their newspaper after seeing it instead of throwing it in the dustbin. Some newspapers and magazines used to publish that cartoon with my name and address. It was nice to see my cartoon in the newspapers and magazine. Although I never received any royalty of drawing cartoons from any newspapers or magazine. Still, I used to send cartoon in all free with the dream of establishing myself as a cartoonist. Thus, from 2004 to 2007, in 3 long years, my innumerable cartoons were published in almost all the national dailies of the country, which brought me fame as a cartoonist. I got multiple prizes from various cartoon competition at the national level. And those awards in turn brought me an offer from the editor of the leading national daily in Bangladesh to draw cartoons as a regular contributor. That shaped my childhood dream of becoming a cartoonist. On September 17, 2007, a cartoon I draw titled Name was published. It was a humor cartoon of 4 bucks. I was accused of hurting religious sentiment and of treason. There was movement all over the country centering on the cartoon. Several lawsuits of treason and under blasphemy law were filed in my name from different parts of the country. The cartoon title Name was banned in Bangladesh. Next day, on September 18, 2007, I was arrested for the cartoon Name. The CID police tried to take written and video testimony from me more than once. They tried to force me to make false statement that
প্রথম আলো অভিমুখী মিছিল নিয়ে এগিয়ে যায়। হোটেল শেরাটনের সামনে পুলিশ দ্বিতীয় দফা মিছিলে বাধা দেয়।
But I did not utter anything which could be used as my statement. I have always been steadfast in my ideal and honesty. Because the cartoon I draw was based on a traditional joke. However, the responsibility of publishing that was not in my hand. From the government side, it was narrated that the cartoonist Arifur Rahman insulted the Prophet by his cartoon. Now he is under arrest. Some media published comment that Arifur Rahman is the part of the Danish cartoonist who insulted the Prophet by drawing cartoons in 2005. The newspaper authorities said they were with me before I met the police, but they stepped back from their honesty, deviated from the professional journalism and ethics, and later resorted the lies in the news coverage on my topic.
কার্টুনিস্ট আরিফুর রহমানকে এরই মধ্যে গ্রেফতারও করা হয়েছে।
After my arrest, I shout for help from the journalist and the editor of the newspaper, but no one stood by me. I received no help.
তথ্য উপদেষ্টা মনে করেন দেশে অস্থিতিশীল পরিবেশ তৈরিতে এটি একটি ষড়যন্ত্র।
যারাই করুক থাক না কেন, আমরাও মনে করি যে এটার পিছনে একটা ষড়যন্ত্র কাজ করতেছে, একটা অবাঞ্ছিত পরিবেশ সৃষ্টি করে চাচ্ছে, একটা আনস্টেবিলিটি সৃষ্টি করে চাচ্ছে। কিছুদিন পূর্বে আমরা দেখেছি ঢাকা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়কে কেন্দ্র করে এরকম একটা ঘটনা ঘটে গেছে বিরাট আকারের। এখন যেটা দরকার সেটা হলো যে যাতে এই ষড়যন্ত্র সফল না হয়, দেশে একটা অরাজক অবস্থার সৃষ্টি করতে না পারে। যারা করেছে তারা সেই উদ্দেশ্যেই করেছে।
আইন উপদেষ্টা জানান সরকারের উচ্চ পর্যায়ের বৈঠকের পর ইসলামী নেতাদের দাবি সম্পর্কে সিদ্ধান্ত নেওয়া হবে।
Beside, the editor of the newspaper announced that my cartoon was published by mistake. I was not one of them, and they would never publish my cartoons again in the future. The real culprit, Arifur Rahman, has been arrested. After that, the newspaper authorities apologized to the protesters and got rid of the further issues. But gradually, I had to bear all the suffering. No lawyer in the country dared to stand up for me since I was arrested.
জুম্মার নামাজ শেষ হওয়ার সাথে সাথে বিক্ষুব্ধ ৫-৬টি ইসলামী সংগঠন স্লোগান দিয়ে নেমে পড়ে রাস্তায়।
I was physically tortured inside the prison. At the press conference, the Imam of 700 mosques signed a fatwa declaring me an apostate, must be killed. This is why the extremist religious terrorists tried to kill me more than once inside the prison by holding a blanket over my face. The worshippers used to protest, demanding my execution in front of the jail after his Friday prayer. I was attacked and wounded more than once by extremist religious terrorists inside the prison. They spewed human feces all over my face. I lost the ability to hear in the right ear due to the torture by those extremists. Then a humanitarian woman lawyer stood by me and assured me of my release. In 2008, the High Court declared my detention was illegal and dismissed all charges against me. I was released from the jail on March 20, 2008, after serving 6 months and 2 days in prison. No newspaper and magazine dare to publish my cartoons under my name Arifur Rahman since 2008. But my suffering did not end here. Extreme religious militants targeted me. I had to escape every day from their hand to protect myself. In another case filed in 2007 on the same charge in a local court sentenced me to 2 months of rigorous imprisonment and fine 500 taka in 2009. By drawing cartoon, I have been the victim of multiple attacks and insults. Cartoons did not give me anything. Cartoons made me a refugee. I lost a lot of life by becoming a cartoonist. The list of loss is much longer than what I got. Being a cartoonist has cost a lot for me. I left the insecure and uncertain life in my motherland on November 30, 2010, in search of a safe life in the land of the midnight sun. Eventually, I discovered that drawing cartoons is not a profession. It is a risky addiction to storytelling in the drawing. My dream was to be a cartoonist, but time made me a survivor. I am fighting every time for the establishment of freedom of speech in cartoon.
Var det nå? Okay. Nei. Okay. So first of all, sorry about the people who were listening at Zoom. The sound gets an echo, so it goes double. But if you follow the stream, the sound is better, and we're trying to solve it. So, but anyway, thank you so much, Arifur Rahman, for this very interesting video that you have made. This very good animation. It is very strong story. And now you're here, you're with us at Zoom. So I want to know if you would like to say some words about the film that you have made and the work that you do. And for this very video that you have made is very...
You are welcome to unmute, Arifur.
Film that you have made and the work that you do. And for this very video that you have made is very...
Yes, first of all, thank you
You are
to
welcome
everyone.
to unmute, Arifur.
And thank you for inviting me here. So actually it was a doodle. I just draw and make it animation, and I also added some video clip from the
film
news
that you have made
sources.
and the work that you do. And for this very video that you have made is... Roy, tror kanskje vi må stoppe og finne ut av det først,
Yes, first of all, thank you
You are
to
welcome to
everyone.
unmute,
Ta en
Arifur.
pause, sier Stian.
And thank you for inviting me
I
here.
think we need to take a
So,
short break
it
for
was
that,
a
Arifur.
good-
There's a problem with the sound and we do not fully understand it. Could you give us just 5 minutes, please?
animation, and yeah, the story that you just showed us. And I hope that everyone could see it at the stream at YouTube.
Yeah. And thank you, first of all, for inviting me. Actually, it was my story, how I become a cartoonist, or how and why I moved from my motherland to Norway. So actually, it was the true story, real story from my experience, that I had a dream that I will be a cartoonist. It was my childhood dream, but I didn't had any education on art. So it was very difficult for me to be an artist. So I started investing. I draw every day and send to newspapers. So newspaper editor liked the drawings and they published. So that's why I established my name. After a long 3 year, I sent every day. So that's how I become an artist. So I also won some contest, some award from some cartoon contest. So it make a name as a cartoonist. So when I established myself as a cartoonist, then I got some offer for job as a cartoonist from one of the largest newspaper. So it was actually my dream, my childhood dream become true. And after I got some problem from my for my profession or for my drawing. So it was in 2007. You probably know that there was a mm, issue in Bangladesh, cartoon controversy. So people thought that I insulted prophet or religion, but I didn't meant anyone, because I respect everyone's faith. So, but it was, I think, a misunderstanding, because I draw a cartoon which was based on a joke. Almost everyone, every Bangladeshi knows this joke. But some people, they took it as a, I think they took intentionally to show their face in media, because on this time appeared a new political party based on religion. So they took and they started demonstrating all over the country. And after that I got very problem. I've been arrested, in prison, I tortured in prison. And even when I arrested in the beginning, police also tried to take a false statement from me, because their intention was shut down the newspaper. But I was very honest and I did not listen to them. And I said it was my mistake because it was my drawing. But about the responsibility of publishing my drawing, it was not on my hand. So then they sent me to prison. So after 6 months and 2 days, I was free from prison, but I was not safe. I was getting lots of threats and lots of problems. So I must leave my country. I is invited because of help of Cartoonist Right Network International and Icon. I was invited from Norway to living in Norway. And 2010, 30th of November, I traveled to Norway. And it was, I think now is almost 10 years I'm living here. And yeah, so it was my story. So, and thank you for give me the opportunity to showing my story. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This was really enlightening. I hope we'll speak more to you just in a few minutes.
Yes.
Because we also have another distinguished guest with us.
Yes.
Mahmoud, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please. Would you like to come forward and share your screen and give your talk, please? And then we'll come back to Arifur just in a few minutes. Mahmoud, please.
Okay. Everything is okay? You can see me and hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see your screen yet.
But just I thought maybe it's good you see me at first.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Mahmoud.
Okay. May I start?
Ingrid, would you say a few words of introduction to Mahmoud? I think that's in place, right?
Okay, so welcome, Mahmoud. I'm glad that you're with us, even though it's Zoom. We wanted you to be here. I think everyone wanted to be together, but Mahmoud Farjami, he has been in Norway for not such a long time, but he is now at Oslo Met. He's an Iranian journalist and humor scholar, and currently he's working here at Oslo Met as associate professor at the Department of Journalism and Media Studies. So to Zoom and to everyone at the stream, we're very happy to both have you here at the conference and here at Oslo Met. So the floor is yours, please. You can share your screen.
Okay.
And hopefully everything will work.
Okay. May I now share my screen or later on?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Mahmoud Farjami, as you said, but usually Norwegians say Mahmoud Farjami. Anyway, I've studied various fields from mathematics to computer science and from philosophy to communication. And yes, I know it's crazy. And to make it more crazy and ridiculous, I should say that I've worked for most of time as a political satirist, writer in print and online media. And to be honest, I have benefited a lot from this diversity. I've been threatened and interrogated. I've lost my jobs several times. My websites were banned, and finally had to leave my country and live in exile for more than a decade. And as you see, so many benefits. And to be honest, yeah, I forgot my wife left me, and it was the last benefit. It's good for you, Roy, if you want to get rid of that problem. Okay, let me to share my screen and start my presentation. Okay, everything is okay. Okay, what I'm talking about today is safety for journalists working in countries like my country, Iran. And these countries are run under a dictatorship or totalitarian regimes. In these countries, attacking press freedom in the way of shutting down media and arresting journalists periodically is common. As an Iranian political satirist who has worked for a decade for reformist online and print media since 2001 to 2010, and as someone who launched and managed one of the most popular websites dedicated to political satire in Persian, I have witnessed that several waves of suppressing press freedom all began with attacking political satire and satirists. In my book, Iranian Political Satirists, I've shown how Iranian political satirists have been the first victims of almost all attacks on the media. I have seen almost the same situation in countries I've lived in, like Turkey, or those that I followed in media like Egypt. In this presentation, by discussing some cases in Iranian press, one can conclude that satire is an index of press freedom. Moreover, this index can be considered as a warning flag to improve other journalist safety. When they, I mean the suppressive regime or forces, start attacking political cartoonists, comic writers, and satirists, soon or late, they will come for others. Then be aware. To start, let's go back in history to around 100 years ago, when, thanks to the Iranian constitutional revolution of early 20th century, Iran was an excellent example of press freedom. I'm talking about more than a century ago. During this time, the journalists could even satirize the king in their publications, as you see in this cartoon. This is the Shah, Muhammad Ali Shah Qajar. But it lasted less than 2 decades. 2 decades, yeah. I mean, more or less around 17, 16 years. But one day, to be exact, June 3, 1924, 2 armed men went to Mirzadeh Ishqi, this guy, this young poet, Mirzadeh Ishqi's house in Tehran, and shot him to death. By then, he was manager and editor of his newspaper, Qarn Bistom, or the 20th century, where some satirical poems and cartoons had been published ridiculing the powerful Prime Minister, Field Marshal Reza Khan, this army man. This was happening during the time that Reza Khan was getting the absolute power, which continued until the end of his reign a year later. Since then, the pressure on the media and journalists intensified. It's reported that when Reza Shah came to power, 125 newspapers and 40 periodicals were being published, whereas this number had dropped to less than 50 toward the end of his reign in 1941. Many journalists became jobless, were arrested, tortured, or even murdered in the era started by the Ishqi murder. But when during the Second World War, Iran was occupied by Ali, Reza Shah had to resign, and his son Mohammad Reza became the next king in 1941. From then until 1953, Iranian journalists and press enjoyed another period of freedom. As you can see, this is a cartoon on front page of a very famous journal ridiculing the Shah and Prime Minister and Queen. Elwell Sutton's study of Iranian press in the years 1941 to 1947 shows that the number of press outlets suddenly rose from around 50 to 464, and that 9 of these were fully or partly satirical. But the 1953 US-backed coup against Dr. Mossadegh's popular government, Shah blocked the whole power and led a dictatorship regime, starting of the day of the coup, attacking Mossadegh's supporting press, burning their offices and arresting their personnel started. Among them, satirical magazines were the first one. Some like Afrashte, publisher of Challenger satirical paper, hid or fled overseas, and some like Tawfiq, we are talking about this journal, publisher Muhammad Ali Tawfiq was arrested and their media outlets were closed. In the following months, more journalists joined them in prisons, hideaway, overseas, and even graveyards. Iran's freedom of the press was severely curtailed after the coup and did not recover until the end of Shah's regime in 1979. After the 1979 revolution, a rare opportunity for press freedom in Iran appeared, commonly referred to Bahar Azadi, or the spring of freedom. In this period, a total of 222 periodicals with various political tendencies were published, 167 of which were newspapers. Please note to the numbers, to the quantity, and 55 journals, a number exceeding all those published in the last 10 years of the former Shah reign. We are talking about just some months, less than a year. During this time, the satirical press flourished too. Sadr lists more than 30 satirical journals which come between March and September 1979, when the first wave of press closure occurred. This is Ahengar, one of the famous cartoons by Ahengar, and you see the on this side there are some laborers, farmers, and students, and this side are the prime minister, some minister, foreign minister, and some government powerful men. But there were some warning signs from the very first month. Just less than a month after the victory of the revolution, Hadi Khorsandi, the talented political satirist who had a satirical column in the very popular daily Kayhan, was forced to stop the column and left Iran because of protests and attacks. Even when something was apparently legal for limiting press freedom, political satire and satirists were the first victims. The popular satirical weekly Ahengar, this weekly, was the first casualty of the new press law after the revolution and was forcibly closed down just one day after Prime Minister Bazargan's interim government announced a press law on 7 August 1979. Soon after, more than 20 publications were banned by the government just in 2 weeks. Several attacks occurred on the independent or critical publications. Some were closed during the first few months of crackdown, and some for their mild stand were given a few more months. And it lasted for a decade by starting Iraq-Iran wars until the late 1980. By the start of the 1990s, 2 years since the end of the war and a year after the death of the founder of the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini, some technocrats and reformists gradually came to power in the government, and it seemed that press would enjoy freedom again. But hardliners who were supporting and being supported by the new supreme leader and were in opposition of the liberal tendency in government resisted. As it was usual in the press sector, satire and satirist was an easy target. At the beginning of 1992, a cartoonist from non-satirical monthly Farad drew a football player which some believed bore an uncanny resemblance to the late Ayatollah Khomeini. Just this one, not insulting one. This caused uproar by hardliners. The magazine was immediately closed down, and the young cartoonist Hassan Karimzadeh was arrested. Hardliners demanded his execution, but he was sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison. So kindness of them. And was finally quietly freed in 1992. Needless to say, the suppression continued, and more journalists and press were arrested and closed down in following months and years. Some years later, in 1997, by electing the reformist President Khatami, a wave of press freedom spread in Iran, known as Bahar Matbu'at, or press spring. By May 1999, the number of newspapers in the country had reached 930, with a total circulation of 2.7 million copies. But it was not tolerated for the hardliners and the supreme leader himself at all. Soon signs of suppressing waves appeared. I have several cases in this regard, but due to limitation of time that I think is going to be end soon, going to show just one of them. In February 2000, political cartoonist Nikohan Kosar published a cartoon in the Azad Daily in which a hardliner Ayatollah Misbah was indirectly mocked. Immediately, there were uproars. The cartoonist was arrested and the newspaper was closed on. But like always, it was a sign. Shortly afterward, a new press law was passed by the conservative-dominated parliament during the last day of its term on 26 April 2000, held not only the publisher but also individual writers responsible for any offenses caused by their work. The Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei also warned seriously against what he described as some charlatan press and journalists in Friday prayer. And Arifur Rahman knows what Friday prayer means, which put more pressure on the press. As a result, more than 100 publications were closed down through this judicial edict, followed by repeated warning by Ayatollah Khamenei, and usually without any trials. I'm going to end my presentation with another wave in which I was not only a witness, but also a victim. It was when in 2009, a presidential election like today in America was held in Iran, and millions of protesting people came to the street to demonstrate and show their protest to the result that they believed was fraudulent. Indeed, at the time, there wasn't anything that could be described as freedom or press freedom, but the most tribal wave of suppressing was on the way. At the time, I would run the popular website itans.net, wholly dedicated to political satire. On 12 of June 2009, the very same day of election, when nothing has happened yet and all seemed happy with huge crowd in the queue for voting, like today in America, my website was banned. I remember when a colleague told me about that, and I didn't believe it at first and said, no way, it must be a mistake. But it was not a mistake, and it was, of course, a sign. In a few weeks, many newspaper offices were shut down and dozens of journalists had to flee from the country or were arrested. I was also forced to leave my country to be safe, a self-exile which so far has lasted for a decade. In my book, I have named tens of political satirists, either writer or cartoonists, who have been threatened, arrested, jailed, tortured, or even killed for their journalistic work. And almost all of this happened short before or at the beginning of suppression and attacks on freedom of the press and safety of journalists. I think because of the nature of political satire, the situation is probably same in all societies where political satire is popular, but they run under a suppressive regime. And what I would like to conclude here is, if you do political satire, you know, what can I say to you? To be honest, I don't have four words for you, and you are crazy enough, Philo. Just enjoy when your spouse leaves and you find yourself single. But if you are a journalist, just watch the political satire as a standard bearer or a flag on the beach. The minute you see it is fallen or red, run and save yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mahmoud. This was extremely enlightening, interesting. Thanks a lot. Could I ask you, why do you think that cartoons and political satire has such a strong impact on government figures and the powers that be?
Indeed, I'm not sure about the impact. I think just they mind about it because people love it. You know, for example, in my country, political satire is very, very powerful, and sometimes by some column or a cartoon, you can say, you can show the protest, the critique that maybe some people with a demonstration cannot do it. It is because of the people, because the people mind about it, the people make it powerful, and then politicians care about it. But sometimes they use it or misuse it as a pretext, as an excuse to attack to political cartoons, not political satirists, to attack to the press. For example, for Arif Rahman case, maybe they don't care about Arif Rahman by personal. Okay, they want to shut down the press. They want to put pressure to the freedom of press. They want to suppress the people or the liberals or the critics. And usually it is critical even when they make an excuse or pretext as insulting people or insulting Muslims or doing that. In my opinion, it's just politics.
Arifur, Mahmoud said that you might view the situation for cartoonists as an indicator or index of freedom. Is that in your case also true?
Yes, I also think so. And I think the language of cartoon is very much visible. If I write something with text, you must read. You must first learn to read. But the cartoon, you can see the message directly. It is very much clear message. So that's why people or government or everyone, they understand the message clearly. If they don't like, they can do something. They can stop it, or they can. And even sometime I think the ideology also important thing that on this time or most of the time, I think if Bangladesh in any party or any group of people, they demand to stop a newspaper, that's because of their ideology. So yeah, so on this time also, on my case in 2007, I also faced the same thing. Actually from the government side was intention to shut down the newspaper. They asked me to give the statement so they can use me as the reason but I didn't help them. I didn't listen to them. I just said my own opinion, which was true fact. And from a group of party or group of people who demanded, they actually always demanding for something. If you just observe the Bangladesh, just right now, they are demanding to stop the France embassy in Bangladesh. So actually these people, we have actually tradition to demanding something. Actually, it is our old tradition. I'm saying this somehow as a satirical way from the beginning. Actually, yeah. And people don't, most of the people don't know how to read or write, but they believe everything which they hearing from other people.
And it is a very easy target. You can show a cartoon to everyone who is uneducated, or very easy tempted. Okay, just show them and make an uproar. Okay, and for the other people, for example, for the governor, for the judge, still it's very easy target because naturally it is offensive. It is offensive art. We have a book about political satire, but the title is The Offensive Art. And of course it's very easy target for everyone.
And even in prison, some people attacked on me So they said, you have insulted Muhammad, Prophet. I said, where did you sin? Do you sin my drawing? Said, no, I didn't sin, but I heard from an imam, he said, you insulted Prophet. So that's thing, they didn't sin it, but they believe that somebody can insult a prophet. So I said, no one knows how prophet was look like. So how can I draw prophet? How can I insult him? So, but they didn't listen, but they just believe that who is the heard from the trusted person.
Both of you now live in exile. Are you feeling safer now, or I guess that anyone using the internet can also follow your drawings, even though you're in exile?
I applied self-censorship after the Charlie Hebdo attack. I was very much careful. Actually, I was very afraid. So after I stopped criticizing any political or anything which can be criticized, because I am tired of being harassment or such a thing. But I got some experience again and again. Even in Norway, it was when it was a part of small experience, but I also think it is very serious. I had an exhibition here, so some people come and it was the same drawing which was published in Bangladesh. So they said, some people come and they took my drawing from the wall and they ran away, and they said that this guy, he is anti-Muslim and he insulted my faith. But I said, I didn't intend anything. It was just a jokes. And he said, I have to apply. I said, I have to apologize to him. I said, who are you to get apologize from me? Are you the representative of the religion? So, but even some bad experience I have got even in Norway. So that's why I'm very much afraid to criticize or say something. So I have just stop it somehow from my side.
And for me, the Norway is the best place regarded to being safe, but nowhere is 100% safe. For example, if on the street somebody comes and hit you or kill you, who cares? Or let's assume that everybody cares, okay? They do it and they don't care it, because usually it's not about the government, it's about the people, okay? Yeah. And you see about the government, for example, Jamal Khashoggi, who is safe? A prince, indeed a king, send some people to the embassy in another country, the third part, and someone from America comes here, goes and disappear, okay? And nobody cares, just talking, just writing some letters, some protests, but practically nobody cares. But I would like to emphasize that the degree is different. For example, I was living in Turkey and someone comes in the tram in front of the other people, threatened me, and and then left and nobody cared. And but in Norway, it's not so easy for them. When we are saying that nobody is safe, it doesn't mean that everywhere is equal to everywhere else. Okay. For example, in Turkey, really, I didn't feel safe after war and before, but 100% nowhere, but the most, in my opinion, is Norway.
I agree with you that I also think that Norway is a better place to live. Here we have good system and people understand or respect each other's opinion.
And it's too cold to come and kill us.
Yes. So I think that's why I like Norway.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. This was a really, really fascinating talk. Coincidentally, we will now, quite soon after a short break, move to Turkey and to Bangladesh. We'll have a couple of documentaries, and I do hope that Arifur and Mahmoud, you will stay with us and help us questions and
sure.
things like that later.
My
Wonderful.
pleasure.
Perfect. Then we'll take a short break. We'll start the documentaries in 6 minutes from now, half past 11. See you quite soon again. Thank you so much, Mahmoud and Arifur.
a bird on a tree. I'm just sitting here. I got time. It's clear to see from up here. The world seems small. We can sit.
Welcome back, and we will continue this conference. We will now start the first session with short documentaries. And as you know, a lot of things had to be done differently this year due to COVID-19 and pandemic crisis that we have on a global level. So we couldn't have a physical conference, and we talked a lot about how to make this conference interesting, how to engage people, how to involve people around the world, colleagues, both researchers and journalists. And one idea that we have was to make short documentaries. So we asked several of our colleagues, journalists and scholars, that some of them have been participating at the conference for several years, and asked them to make short documentaries about risk, resilience and resistance. So we are very happy to screen 9 of these documentaries during this conference. First we will have Bura Ataman and Barish Koban. I see Bura, you're on the screen. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Very sad that you're not in Oslo. It would be so much fun. But Bura Ataman and Barish Koban, they have made a short documentary that we're going to present. And after that, we're going to see a short documentary made by Mahmoudul Hok. He is also with us now. So these are short documentaries, and I will give the word to you, Bura, if you want to say some introduction words to this documentary, and then we will screen it. Then we will have an introduction of the second documentary, screen it, and then at the end, people can give comments and ask questions about this. So please,
Okay.
Bura, welcome, and so nice to see you in a car.
Yeah, I am in a car now. I am Barish, but I'm waiting for Bora. He's doing something about his works, but he will he turned back in 10 minutes, for 40 minutes, I think. I don't know him. And hello, everyone. It is nice to be with you again, even online. This conference, warm thanks to all organizers, Roy, Kristin, and Ingrid, are their friends, has become like a family gathering after many years with mostly the same faces. And while from the third world to first world, from developed to underdeveloped democracies of our planet in a rollback or worse, we obviously, with many others, have been struggling to find ways to first understand and then fix the structural and cultural problems of journalism and its original coupling with democracies. But before all, we are aware that without the basics such as the safety of journalists and journalism in general, there won't be a way out from all the dangers that we are now facing in a world which is getting dark and dark. Journalists, as have always been, is now carrying the burden of shedding light to this darkness and making it transparent for the good of public and allow us to shatter this elitist version of democracies and opaqueness of the authoritarian rule like in Turkey. And in Turkey, this has become a life-risking activity for some people and for some issues. We have been sharing our research and findings for the last couple of years in this conference regarding the conditions of journalism in Turkey and how difficult to sustain journalistic activity under such heavy attack. And however, today, what we present you is a much darker perspective of the same picture. Some identities in Turkey are kind of cursed identities, such as Kurds, Alevitans, Yazidis, and other non-Turk, non-Sunni, and non-Muslim identities. And even worse is being a woman within these close patriarchal communities. These people are mostly fighting not only against the oppression of the state, but also the repression of their families and communities. And today, we are presenting a very short story of a young Kurdish lady who also courageously shoulders the responsibility of being an investigative journalist, a damned identity, Kurdish, woman, and a journalist. So the subtitle of this year's conference is Risk, Resilience, and Resistance. There is nothing more fit than Nalin's story to this title. A perfect match indeed. So enjoy the film.
Bir emniyet amiri bana dedi ki hani Kürtsün, kadınsın ve gazetecisin. Yani ben senin ne yapayım dedi. Öldürsem değmezsin dedi yani. Nalin Öztekin ben, 27 yaşındayım. Marmara Üniversitesi Gazetecilik Bölümü. 2013 yılında buraya geldim. İlk geldiğim andan itibaren de çalışmaya başladım. Jinha'da çalışmaya başladım. 9-8 haber ajansında çalışmaya başladım bir süre. Artı TV'de çalıştım ve işte bu süreç böyle devam etti benim açımdan. Polisten yani kolluk kuvvetinden gelen şiddeti birebir çok fazla yaşamışlığım var. Çünkü kesinlikle seni gazeteci gibi görmüyor. Elindeki makineyi de sanki silahmış gibi algılıyor ve sana da öyle yaklaşıyor. Polis çok rahat sana sahada çalışırken şiddet uygulayabilir, elindeki ekipmana el koyabilir, istediğini her şeyi yapabilir aslında sana yani. Bir yerde, bir haberde mikrofon uzatıyorum konuşan kişiye. Oradaki güvenlik şube polisi beni doğrudan böyle memelerimden itiyor. Yani hani böyle hanımefendi geri çekilir misiniz de diyebilir. Hani onun bile demesine gerek yok ama doğrudan dokunduğunu hissediyorsunuz. Yani hani eliyle böyle memene dokunuyor senin ve bunda hiçbir behis görmüyor orada zaten. Bu onun için çok normal bir şey. Gözaltına alındığımda sonrasında yaşadığım ayrı travmalar var. Çünkü sizi takip etmeye devam ediyorlar, taciz etmeye devam ediyorlar. Ve bütün bunları yaparken o işi bırakmanız için tamamen oradan uzaklaşmanız üzerine bunu yürütüyorlar. Bir gün gözaltındayken bana şey dediler hani babasını da getirin dediler. Ben başta anlamadım. Ondan sonra iki polis kendi arasında böyle dalga geçti. Hani babasını da getirin de hani biz kızıyla eğleneceğiz. Babası da burada olsun dedi. Ben ondan sonra anladım ki hani onların aslında orada kastettiği şey biz onu taciz edeceğiz ve babasına da bunu izleteceğiz diye yani. Bunlardan belki de en hayatımda net olarak yaşadığım şeylerden biri bir haber dosyası hazırladım. Ve ulaştığımız deliller neticesinde haberi yaptık. Birkaç dosya halinde yayınladık. Yayınladıktan sonra ben aynı günün akşamında bir telefon aldım. Gizli numara. Açtım gizli numarayı. Alo dedim. Hiç ses yok. Bir daha alo dedim. Bir erkek sesi. Yazdıklarına dikkat et. Senin parmaklarını kırarız. İşte sen neyle uğraştığını bilmiyorsun. Sonrasında peki ben neler yaşadım? Eve giderken yaklaşık 8-10 gün boyunca yani plakası her gün değişen bir araba benimle geldi ve gitti. Eve gidiyorum, işe gidiyorum, habere gidiyorum ve bir araba sürekli beni takip ediyor ve bu tedirginlik yetiyor yani. Sosyal medya üzerinden çeşitli tarihlerde yaptığım bazı haberler nedeniyle tehdit edildiğim ya da işte doğrudan hani küfredildiği ya da başka şeyler üzerinden saldırı gibi, linç gibi şeylerde yine yaşamıştım. Bir de kadınsınız ve kadın olduğunuz için ilk küfür milliyetçi bir yerden, ikinci küfür tamamen cinsiyetçi bir yerden geliyor. Devamlı mesaj atıyor ve sürekli tecavüzle tehdit ediyor. Öldürmekle değil. Bu hesaplarla ilgili işlem yapılması için savcılığa gittiğiniz zaman hiçbir şey yapılmayacağından artık o kadar eminsiniz ki. Çünkü bunun bir örneği yok. Medyada kadınsan ve Kürtsan Türkiye'de 1-0 değil 2-0 yenik başlıyorsun. Yaklaşık 3 ay kadar bir erkek meslektaşımla, benden yaşça büyük bir erkek meslektaşımla aynı programı sundum. Ve her program çıkışında stüdyodan dışarıya ya bu adam beni taciz ediyor diye bağırarak çıktım ve her seferinde tartışarak çıktım. Bunları yaşadım ve bunları yaşadıktan sonra tabii ki çalıştığım yerdeki üst düzey insanlara bunları aktardım. Ve bu 1 gün 2 gün değil 3 ay böyle sürdü. Ve bu insanlar benimle dalga geçtiler. Sen bir kadın olarak zaten olduğun yerde çok zor kendini var ediyorsun. Yani kendini orada bir kere kanıtlaman gerekiyor. Erkeklerin öyle bir derdi yok. Sırf sen kadınsın ve senin daha çok işi sekteye uğratacağını düşünüyorlar bir erkeğe göre. Çoğu zaman mesela çok ciddi regl sancılarım olsa da bunu hiç kimseye söylemeden çalışmaya devam ettim. Benim için en basiti ücret eşitsizliğini her zaman hissediyorsun. Benden çok daha az iş yapan ama işte erkek olduğu için, Türk olduğu için ve yaşı belki benden 5 yaş daha büyük olduğu için çok daha yüksek ücretlere çalışan, çok daha stabil mesai saatleri olan arkadaşlarım vardı ve birlikte çalıştık. Medyada, özellikle alternatif medyada, benim bulunduğum, geçtiğim yerlerde tabii mesela bir kadın dayanışması olmazsa oradaki erkek egemen algı size istediği her şeyi yaptırabilir veya istemediğiniz her şeyi de yaptırabilir. Televizyon muhabirliğine başladığımda 3 gün sonra falan bir program koordinatörümüz vardı ve beni çağırıp şey dedi. Seni biraz fazla hassas ve duygusal görüyorum. Biz 1 ay seni deneyelim. 1 ay sonra bakarız dedi. İlk stüdyo programına mesela çıkacağım zaman yapamayacağım söylenmiş. Bu yönde bir karar verilmiş. Ve çıkmamam yönünde de bir fikir birliği oluşmuş yayın kurulu üyelerinde. Ama orada o yayın kurulunun sadece tek kadın üyesi beni savunduğu için ve hayır Nalin yapar biz ona mutlaka şans vermeliyiz dediği için o kadın üyenin şerhiyle yayın kurulundan çıkan karar değişti ve ben ilk stüdyo programını öyle yapmaya başladım. Ondan sonra zaten ana haberde sundum, gece haberi de sundum, programda yaptım, sahada da çalıştım, özel içerikte ürettim, gün ortası bülteni de sundum. Yani yapılabilecek her şeyi yaptığımı onlar gördü. Ama ben bunu yapana kadar çok büyük bir mücadele verdim. Jınha deneyimi benim hayatım boyunca hiç unutamayacağım. Bugün bile yaptığım her şeye etki eden bir deneyim. Başta tabii böyle Kürt kadınları olmak üzere çok farklı halklardan da kadınlarla, öğrencilerle, işçilerle birlikte sadece kadınların çalıştığı ve sadece kadınlarla ilgili ya da toplumsal cinsiyetle ilgili habercilik yapmaya çalıştık orada yıllarca. Jınha bizim için çok çok özel bir yerdeydi. Çünkü Türkiye'de ilk defa böyle bir şey yapılıyordu. Sadece kadınların çalıştığı böyle bir pratik daha önce hiç denenmemişti. Ama hiç mesela kadınlık, kişisel olarak kadınlığımızdan da çok uzaklaşmadık. Ama Jınha'nın bir de bence şöyle özel bir yanı vardı Türkiye'de ve Kürt basınında. Hepimiz ortalama feodal ailelerden gelmiş insanlardık ve önce ailelerimize karşı mücadele ettik. O feodal yapıdan kurtulmak, istediğimiz işi yapabilmek için. Önce kendimiz olmaya çalıştık. İşte hayatta istediğimiz şeyleri yapmaya çalıştık. Ondan sonra içinde bulunduğumuz o eril medya düzenine karşı onlardan sıyrılıp kendi medya düzenimizi çekirdek olarak yaratmak istedik. Jınha'nın güzel yanı da buydu. Hepimizin böyle bir hikayesi vardı ya da hepimizin kendi evinin içinde bireysel olarak hayatına dair yaşadığı bir istismar ya da taciz hikayesi vardı ve o kadınları bir araya getiren şey politik bilinçle birlikte bu kişisel hikayelerdi. Haliyle o Jınha'daki kadınları oraya getiren şey önce kendi bedenleri üzerinden yürütülen politikalara karşı çıkmak, bununla birlikte de var olan işte medya düzeninin içinde kendimize ait bir alan yaratabilmekti.
Thank you very much, Bora and Barish, for this great film, this very strong story. We will come back to you after watching the second short talk, and for everyone who is who is following the stream and listening, you can also post questions and comments as we go. So at the end, after this next short documentary, we will have the opportunity to ask questions both to Bora Ataman, who was alone in his car but was waiting for Barish. So maybe both of them will be there afterwards. So this was the movie A Short Story of a Feminist Reporter in Turkey's Hostile Newscape. Now we would like to invite Mahmoudul Hok. You're with us. Welcome. Hello. Good morning. You're a doctorate research student and a teaching assistant at the Institute of Development Studies, and you're also a freelance photographer. We are very happy to have you here today, and we're also very happy that you have made this movie called Making or Faking, a documentary film on fake news and disinformation from Bangladesh. So please, if you would like to introduce your film, you can have some minutes before we start screening.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. Very good afternoon from Bangladesh. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to the conference management and authority to providing me an opportunity to focus on such an internationally important issue, pertinent issue like fake news and disinformation, which in Bangladesh has become quite an issue even in recent times. So if we just go back to a bit of history, Bangladesh has seen a big boom of electronic media in the last decade, and that was followed by the emergence of social media, especially Facebook. Millions of users are there because it's a very tiny land with a very big population. And at the same time, what is very unique about Bangladesh that in this decade, especially in since 2010, there has been thousands of online news portals. These are very not registered or not regulated. They are run and operated by some local journalists or reporters or self-claimed media personnel located in very remote areas or even in urban areas, but these are called news portals. So these three mixtures, like this emergence of social media and the boom of electronic media and the news portals, these mixtures has become a breeding ground for fake news in Bangladesh. Especially we have seen a series of events that has been triggered by the fake news and disinformation, especially regarding causing communal disharmony based on some religious issues. And we have also seen some very unexpected events like killing of human beings, and also dereputing a particular personality or dragging down a personality in the society, and also disharmony among the journalists and other communities as well. And also to contain this issue, the government has come up with another very debated, also very controversial act called Digital Security Act, and few others, which civil society members have already questioned. In this film, what I tried to explore that I'm a civil servant. I work for the government, so I tried to explore the views of the experts, academics, journalists. You will see some reporters, and they will make you feel that how important the issue is right now in Bangladesh in this current context. So I will not speak more about it. I invite rather you to watch the film, And before I invite you, I would like to also thank all the interviews participants and who have contributed in the film behind the camera and also in front of the camera, and all the personnel from the conference and also attendees. So I hope you enjoy the film. Thank you.
The very first moment, there is no fake news, only information to me.
Fact is news, not the fake one.
Use care before you share.
When you are in doubt, leave it out or find it out.
Parallelly, there is another industry who is making money from the fake news industry.
As the writer and director, I engaged two undergrad journalism students to pick some fake news related stories from English newspapers in Bangladesh. We see fake news is actually an oxymoron. Something is fake cannot be news, and a news story cannot be completely ignored as fake. Like in many other countries, the issue in Bangladesh has got tractions with the emergence of social media. The latest data shows the country has nearly 106 million internet users, and evidence suggests that 1/3 of these users believe in information they see on social media without making any judgments. As a result, fake news and disinformation often spread very rapidly. It may originate from a rumor or a piece of information put on a medium with a deliberate intention to influence or harm. It also triggers violence and hate crimes in society. For instance, in 2009, a series of mob attacks killed 8 people on the streets of Dhaka due to the spreads of inaccurate and misleading information on Facebook about child abduction. Nevertheless, this affects the practices of journalism in the country. Let us explore some views.
The prime difficulty was to find out the news, because when it is spreaded, it spreads so fast. But whenever we wanted to find that news, we saw that most of the news were taken down from that website or it was unpublished.
When I was searching, there were so many of them, and which one is particularly suitable for this documentary is difficult to find.
Fake news is a global problem. It is done by a inspired group to create an anarchism. For the first time, the Ramu tragedy in Cox's Bazar in 2012 drew the attention national and international when a massacre was caused by a group of people in charge of defaming Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam by a young boy of Buddhist community in his fake Facebook status.
The basic thing of journalism is fact-checking, which is just opposite of fake news. In 2013, almost 25 people were dead in northern region of Bangladesh. They just heard that they saw a religious person's pictures in moon. Nobody started to check the fact. Even they didn't get time to look at the moon that yes, there is the pictures of that person is or not. Even I found some local journalists, they even believe that.
Mainstream media is taken for granted that they are the professional media and they only disseminate true information. But in some cases that may not happen. Sometimes they might also have, or some of them might also have, their own interest. But mainly we see the social media is the main purveyor, main conveyor of fake news and rumor.
Practicing journalists should provide more comprehensive news with additional unbiased insights.
The very first moment, there is no fake news, only information to me, and I need to judge is that news worthy or not. Whenever I see any news or information that comes through social media and it captioned like please share and spread the news, I immediately think it's a fake news. I often have to report live. So once I was reporting live from a mob, public mob actually, students were demonstrating and whole Dhaka city was collapsed by their demonstration. So I was at the center of the point, and somewhere nearby there was a clash between police and those students, and students were came to me and claiming that their fellow protesters had been killed by the police. What do? I explained the situation to my audience that these students are claiming their classmates had been dead, but I found no dead body. Official didn't confirm any killing, or I checked the nearest hospital, there is no casualties. So I can't really tell you the fact right now, but we will be incoming more information with you. Stay tuned.
Parallelly, there is another industry who is making money from the fake news industry. They are making lots of fake ID, they are making lots of fake websites to make the impression and to make the impact on their issues what they are making.
We usually disseminate information through mainstream media and social media so that people can take informed decision. Because number one, how we really define fake news, there are two things. Number one is the facticity level is very low or maybe not exist at all, the facticity level. The other thing is it has immediate intention to harm people. Each and every news media house must have fact checker in their house. We have a proverb like word in journalism that when you are in doubt, leave it out or find it out.
So fact sharing and fake news is just two dimensions, just opposite. If somewhere it becomes parallel or it mixes each other, that means the whole thing is just destroyed.
The more strange the news or the information, I check for more sources.
Facebook is the main platform for spreading fake news. Other than that, if we consider fake news from the bigger canvas, then the human communication, individual face-to-face or human personal relationship and human communication is also used for spreading fake news and rumor. The state and non-state agencies' role should be like to give a clarification of that particular news, that what is real and what is fake. The thing you have received that's fake, but when you give the clarification, that has to be based on evidence and true information. Of course, the monitoring of the the virtual space is one of the mechanisms for that. But again, monitoring, from my view, monitoring should not be seen as sort of intervening to the freedom of expression and virtual space. It is very tricky and has to be in a very balanced manner so that the freedom of expression is also upheld. AI, artificial intelligence, is nowadays used in the Western world, but probably in our developing country they may also look for those utilities and the facilities so that they can tackle the spread of fake news.
I can say one thing, we cannot stop the fake news or the rumor by the law or by any force.
The ordinary citizens need to be empowered of what? To identify what is real and what is not real. At least the appropriate authorities and institutions should provide some sort of media bulletins.
We must learn the quote given by former TV reporter and anchor Christiana Nicholson in her TEDx talk that you scare before you share because you are the media.
We started BD Fact Check in 2017, but the idea came during the 2016 US presidential election when Donald Trump was continuously attacking US media outlets. In the last 3 years, we debunked more than 2,000 viral posts on Facebook and news media stories. Now we receive nearly around 100 fact-checking requests from our audiences each and every day. However, we are facing some challenges. Those are lack of resources, lack of machine learning tools built for Bengali language, lack of digital archiving system in Bangladesh, scarce freedom of expression, and lack of a sustainable business model.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Information in Bangladesh formed a committee to monitor the spread of misinformation. The authority was forced to dismantle the committee immediately following an outcry from media and civil society organizations. How to deal with fake news and disinformation now remains open for discussions and innovative solutions not only in Bangladesh but also across the world.
Thank you so much, Mahmoudul. I wanted to ask you before we open for questions from the chat. There's a number of questions coming in, but I wanted to ask you first, this whole debate on fake news and the claims about fake news, what is it doing in general to the trust in journalism? Is it undermining perhaps the trust people have had in journalists?
Bangladesh became independent in 1971, so relatively it's a very young country. But at the same time, it was ruled by military and other autocratic systems till 1991. So it sort of redemocratized itself in 1991. So it hasn't been actually so many years that freedom of journalism was in place. So it is still in struggling, but it hasn't been many years. So Bangladesh has seen the boom of electronic media in the late 1990s. So that time there was few channels. One was run by the government, the public service, and the another was one Ekushi television, and then followed by a few other private channels. So the trust was more towards the private channels. Usually people do not tend to believe what government news channels telecast because these are very controlled in general. But fake news was always there. Always there, even since when after independence in 1974, there was one fabricated photograph was published. So one of my interviews, I couldn't manage to put it in the film because of the time limitation. But fake news was always there. So trust in journalism is actually, in general, I'm not an expert, but it was not there always. So yeah, that's what. I can't hear you.
So I'll turn on my mic. That usually helps. Yeah, you can hear me now. We have a question from Kriti. With growth of online media, it is very hard to identify what is fake and what is not, even for media students like us. How do you think we can tackle this issue?
Well, as we saw in the film, that it is, of course, it's a very tricky issue, and fact checking is one of the most referred solution that every media houses or even as an audience, I should be aware of how to check the facts. I should not immediately share something on social media, or without knowing enough information, I should not share it. Or as a media organization, the newsroom editors should have more fact-checking mechanisms. But still, if it is being spreaded through social media, and also, I won't say unregulated, but less regulated or irregulated, completely regulated news portals, or through human communications, it is very difficult to tackle. So I don't think that we have seen any ideal case or ideal mechanism in the world where a particular mechanism has been very successful to tackle fake news, especially in context like Bangladesh, where a lot of news portals are operating without regulation.
Thanks. We have more questions for you later, so please stay tuned. I just wanted to welcome also Bora. I can see you're in the car now. Hi, good to see you.
Hello, how are you?
This is a question for both of you, of course. We met a young woman journalist who is also a Kurdish woman journalist, and that makes it particularly difficult, we understood. Would you say this is the case for, how to say, Turkish-speaking women journalists are better, or would it be similar?
If I understand right, yes, if you are not Kurdish or if you are not pro Kurdish, let's say, I mean in politically, then you are much safer than working in a pro Kurdish journals or media centers. So yes, white Turk women, let's say, or socialist white Turk women, let's say again, they are always in the safer zone. I mean, in comparison with the working in pro-Kurdish media.
And could I also inquire about the academics? We read a lot about the difficulties of being an academic in Turkey. How do you feel? Do you feel safe when you're reporting on these issues?
Actually, we don't feel anything anymore.
As you see from the roll caption of our documentary, you may see that we cannot put our names freely on this documentary.
I mean, as Boris said, yes, we kind of course, as usually. I mean, you all you know, like we have been talking the same issue like for 3 or 4 years in the same conference, in this conference, and it's just getting worse in every year. It's getting worse, but for the time being, as we kind of make ourselves anonymous, I mean, trying to at least, we feel not unsafe. I mean, as the more popular academics in Turkey, we are kind of making ourselves unpopular, because I mean,
under the radar.
Yeah, under the, we are trying to keep ourselves under the radar. So that's why we feel, I mean, not unsafe, let's say, for the time being. We'll see.
I hope it stays that way, definitely. Back to you, Mahmoudul. We have a question from Florence Namasinga. Are there any connection between fake news in social media spaces and the use of the platforms? Did you understand that question?
Yeah, I understood the first part. The second part, the use of the okay. Yeah, as most of the interviews referred social media as the source of. It could be used as a source, or it could even be used as a medium. The social media platforms. So if I have a bad intention to influence some agenda or harm some people, then I can create the news deliberately and then put on a social media platform. That could be one. Then I used it as a source and as a medium, both. But at the same time, what happens that an information get leaked, or a particular news or a pieces of information get published in a local news portal, and that has been shared with some additional information or misleading information, and then it gets misled or misdirected on the social media, then it's being used as a medium only. So it's the social media is very because we have almost 120 million users of Facebook in such a small little country, and very few people actually have that kind of literacy that enable them to track a particular information as fake or not. So that makes this issue very complex.
Yesterday, we had a really fascinating session with the New York Times with some of the experts on digital and physical safety yesterday. And one of the themes they covered was campaigns and doxing against journalists. I guess that must, or my question is first to Turkey, Baris and Bora. Is campaigns against journalists, particularly women journalists and Kurdish journalists, a problem in Turkey?
Sorry, can we hear again?
Yes, sorry for that. It's we learned yesterday from the New York Times that in the US, doxing and campaigns against journalists online is an increasing problem. I wanted to ask you about Turkey. How is it in Turkey?
I mean, it's always very bad in very bad condition. I mean, not just for, of course, not just for Kurdish women journalists, but most of the journalists, but
especially dissident ones.
Yeah, especially dissident ones. But sometimes, I mean, women journalists working in mainstream media can also face with this problem. So being a women journalist in Turkey is always I mean, worse than being a man, of course. But for dissidents, not just for Kurdish or for Turkish, they are in a very bad condition. Of course, Kurdish are kind of labeled as terrorists, as from the start. I mean, they labeled as terrorists. So that's why, as Nalin said in the video, as Nalin said, it's kind of legal to kill them or to rape. I mean, to rape them or something like that. So it's a very big problem through social media. All kinds of threats are. I mean, yeah, lots of threats over through social media.
Do you believe that the Turkish media or the leading media do have in place strategies and perhaps people and the knowledge actually to help journalists when they are victims of such abuse?
No, there is none. I mean, just not in mainstream media, but there is none. I mean, policies against or a kind of organized policy or organized campaigns against this issue in even alternative media.
But the Union of Journalists,
Union of Journalists,
trying to make something about this issue, but it's
not big enough, not enough.
Not enough.
Great. We do have a question from Mahmoud Farjami. Would you like to unmute yourself and ask the question? Please go ahead, Mahmoud.
Hi. First of all, it's not a question, it's a comment. Çok güzel, harika arkadaşlar. Since in Turkey for some years, I would like to add some comment about the situation in Turkey. Maybe my friends don't want to directly go to that. After the Darbe or the coup some years ago, there was so much worse situation in Turkey, and even I, as a foreigner, was arrested in Turkey by the security agents, and I know so many Turkish journalists were arrested, jailed, or be jobless. And I would like to name Can Dündar, the very famous and important Turkish journalist who was arrested and was in jail. And you know, when we are talking about the country, we should note that there is not the same situation. For example, in some years, sometimes it's a little bit better, sometimes it's much worse. And in my opinion, and as a witness, a foreigner witness, after the Darbe or coup, it was much worse in situation in Turkey regarding the safety for journalists. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank you.
We do have a comment.
We agree with you. Totally agree.
Yeah, we do have a comment from Ingrid here in the studio as well. Would you like to go ahead?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Hello. So this question goes to all three of you. Because also yesterday during the presentation of Donna and Nina from the New York Times, they were talking about who is threatening the journalist, and they grouped them into different groups. So they identified who is threatening the journalist and communication workers when it comes to digital security and when it comes to physical security. Do you see both in Bangladesh and in Turkey, can you identify what groups are representing the most risks for the journalists or the communication workers? And if you have this kind of grouping of what you could say of the threats.
I mean, in the last year conference, actually, we try to answer exactly this question. I mean, we group them because there are different categorizations about what you said. I mean, about who is threatening journalists. So we kind of take these categorizations. I don't remember the name who did these categorizations first. But we all use these categorizations, like I mean, legal issues like police force, like trolls, like gangs, or other categories. There are as far as I remember, there are 5 or 6 main categories, and we in the last year's conference paper we documented at least maybe 10 to 3 for all categories. I mean. Mostly in the field, I mean in the journalistic field, mostly journalists are attacked by or harassed by the police force, and also pro-government supporters. I mean normal civil people, and also gangs. These are the main attackers in the field, and also it is the same in the social media, because whenever you kind of find out who is behind those attacks through social media, you again figure out that they are police or from cybersecurity forces, or from gangs, from government trolls. So they actually are the same people. I mean, and same kind of people, let's say, not maybe the same, but same kind of people. And also journalists are attacked in the courtrooms by the legal authorities, by the juries, by the judges. So when you labeled as kind of terrorist or enemy of the state, as it is, it has been like this in Turkey for last at least 3 years
after the coup.
After the coup, as our friend said, whenever you labeled as terrorist or as enemy of the state, then every kind of official person follow the same path, follow what Erdogan or what government said. So there is no separation of powers anymore in Turkey. So all the powers are in the hand of the same power. So attackers are again stick to that power. It's because of this power. All labels, all categorizations of attackers are
belongs to him, belongs to Dice.
Yeah, belongs to him, and yes, I don't know whatever I can say. That's all.
Thanks a lot. Mahmoudul, would you like to reply to the question first, and then we'll go to Rune after that?
Yes, I'll keep it very short. This is a very tough question for me. Just yesterday, a reporter was found brutally tortured. He was missing for 3 days, and he was found yesterday under a construction bridge. He was brutally tortured. So nobody knows, because this kind of cases hasn't been solved by the police, and we cannot say as a concrete. There are speculations that political and business nexus groups are behind this, and there are partisan media. Some media houses supports a particular political group or the government or opposition or something. There are groupings, but you cannot say or you cannot clearly claim unless there is an evidence. But it is of course true and evident that journalists are being targeted very deliberately.
Please go ahead, Rune Ottosen. I guess most of you know him as the founding father of this conference. So welcome to you, Rune.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I have a question to the Turkish colleagues. I work in Norwegian PEN, and we try to monitor some of these trials that you mentioned and make it publicly known in Norway and Europe. My question is, how are these trials covered by the Turkish media, and how do people talk about these trials? Are they, in general, do people trust judges who attack journalists, or what's the discourse around that issue? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a little bit, complex to answer this question, because the Turkey, first of all, it must be understood that Turkey is a very, very, very polarized country. So the big media, the commercial media, mainstream media, whatever you say, they, as I said just before, they already labeled most of these journalists as terrorists, even belong to the Fethullah terrorist organization, the clerics terrorist organization who lives in United States, or belong to Kurdish terrorist organization, as they say, PKK, or socialist terrorists. So all these journalists who are on trial, most of them, of course, are being labeled as enemy of the state, or worse, terrorists, in the big media. So most of these big media, commercial media, don't even care to make news about them, mostly. And the other, the other side of the polarized country, the leftist media, let's say, or the alternative media, their readers are much lesser than the others. So if I want to, we don't know actually who talks, or who the response from the public, or the response, or how can I say, we cannot we cannot
calculate.
We cannot measure. We cannot calculate the public's response to that, because it's not a kind of the media in Turkey is not a kind of public forum anymore. Just polarized bubbles. Echo chambers, and in socialist echo chambers, in leftist echo chambers. Of course, it is being discussed, and mostly from an ideological perspective, and mostly from mostly pro-journalist, pro-Kurdish, pro-socialist, most of them are defenders of those journalists who are labeled as terrorists by the state. So, it's like that in a polarized social media, in a polarized public, in a polarized country. It's being like that.
But in general, there is no trust for judges anymore in Turkey, for everyone, I think, except the pro-AKP, pro-government people.
Thank you so much to all three of you. Mahmoudul, wonderful short documentary and really good introduction. Baris and Bora, really impressive work, especially thinking about you're sitting in a car obviously
Yeah.
traveling somewhere. I wish
Yeah.
I was traveling to Oslo, but hopefully we'll see more of you next year.
Yeah.
We have to take a short break now to prepare for the next session, which will be a book presentation. And then we'll continue with another 2 excellent, really good short documentaries, this time from Colombia and Mexico, right? Yeah. So hope to see you again in 20 minutes time from now. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Forever free. Sometimes you need to go and take a step back to see the truth around you. From a distance you can tell. You and me were meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free. You and me, meant to be in the great outdoors, forever free. On this birthday, I dream away. It's a pile of hay in my bed. Everyone is missing from my TV screen, and just electric snow. From miles away, we take a walk. On this birthday, I seize the day. Got my things all packed in my Cadillac. I'll take it for a ride, all down the line. Hope to run into you. We'll waste ourselves on the endless through. Oh, what a drag you have to go. Oh, you don't know just what I know. Oh, what a drag coming soon. So what else can I do? I'm just in love with you. That's all the bad and all the good. Oh, what a drag you had to go. Oh, you don't know just what I know. Oh, what a drag you had to go. Oh, you don't know just what I On this birthday, I dream away. On this birthday, I dream away. On this birthday, I dream away. We get along, we get along. How do you feel? How do you feel? You hit my phone, you hit my phone. And I know the deal, I know the deal. But baby, I'm grown. Is this just a fling for you? Is this something real? Trying to decide to lock you down or stop the wheel. I ain't trying to drive too fast, no, no. Lose control and we might I don't give much time to these women out here. Never thought I'd find one with anything of interest. Make me a believer while I'm switching my gear. I ain't got no time for these women on my stick shift. Y'all can miss this, no attention, yeah. I got goals, baby, oh, and not to mention all you hoes are fishing, but I am not committed, oh no, oh no, oh no. But still I say, we get along, we get along. How do you feel, how do you feel? You hit my phone, you hit my phone. I know the deal, I know the deal. But baby, I'm grown. Is this just a fling for you? Is this something real? Trying to decide to lock you down or stop the wheel. I ain't trying to drive too fast, no, no. Lose control and we might crash. We might crash, we might last, we might not. I don't wanna risk it, baby. Can we just stop, yeah? Put it in park, yeah. We can stay after dark, yeah. Thinking you should be up front with me, then we can get it to start, yeah. But you wanna beat around the bush all day. I don't really give a damn what they all tryna say. I need you committed before you come my way. Then I'll be ready to get it, but till then it's just that. We get along, we get along. How do you feel? How do you feel? You hit my phone, you hit my phone. I know the deal, I know the deal. But baby, I'm grown. Is this just a fling for you? Is this something real? Trying to decide to lock you down or stop the wheel. I ain't trying to drive too fast, no, no. Lose control and we might crash.
Look. Lose control, I might crash. The results of my past. Thought that I was in love. Found a knife in my bag. Found it nice, I couldn't sleep. You were right there, right beside me. Always kept it lit, I was secretive. You said hella shit, you ain't selfish with any of your love. On my checklist, you're all of the above. When I'm high off you, I don't need the drug. And I ain't in my feelings. Girl, I'm just a realist. I know that it's mutual. I know that you feel this, cause
we get along, ride with me, yeah. Get the hell out of my car, no, ride with me, yeah. Get the hell out of my car, yeah. Ride with me, yeah. Get the hell out my car. Ride with me, yeah. I wanna ride. Do you wanna ride? Oh yeah.
I wanna ride right now. I wanna ride right now. I'm finna go. I wanna ride right now. I'm finna, what? I wanna ride right now. I wanna ride right now. I'm finna go. I wanna ride right now. Yeah, I wanna ride right now. I'm finna go right.
dark day before the noon. Sun gonna shine on that day. Every soul is gonna meet and pray. Follow by harvest time, coming soon. Gonna see the rain fall down. Followed by signs oh, in the sky. There the tides are gone, and
Helicopter.
Lunchtime, but I guess for many of you, especially the people connecting from, for instance, Latin America, you might be still kind of asleep. But we're back, and now we're going to have a presentation of two new publications. First, we're going to hear about the book, The Persistence of Violence, Colombian Popular Culture. And with us, we have Toby Miller, who is the author, and we have Jesus Antonio Arroyave Cabrera is also connected. And maybe Marta Milena Barrios Correa will also connect with us. If not, we will meet her also later when she will present a short documentary from Colombia. So this will be the first presentation, and after that we will hear about the book Rethinking Safety of Journalists, a special issue of media and communication that will be presented by William Tayeba. But first we would like to wish you welcome, Toby Miller, and at least Jesus Antonio. You are here connected, so please welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers in general for this event and the opportunity to talk about the persistence of violence. In particular, I'd like to also acknowledge Rune Ottersen and others who were involved in the formation of these, I suppose we could now call them annual events, and also to acknowledge Roy Kruvel's importance not only for the conference, but for the work that he and others have done in order to foreground the significance of particularly indigenous intellectuals in Latin America, Colombia in particular, but other countries too, notably Mexico, which is where I'm speaking to you from now and where I live. So The Persistence of Violence, Colombian Popular Culture was a book I wrote that came out this year with Rutgers University Press. It's part of a larger project on violence. I have a new book out that's just come with Routledge last week, simply called Violence. And one of the things that was valuable for me in working on this project was collaborating with Colombian scholars. Unlike most foreigners, I didn't go to Colombia to do a PhD or to do field work. I went there to work, and I was lucky enough to be invited to go there by Jesus in particular, but others involved with him at the Universidad del Norte in Barranquilla on the Caribbean coast. And in fact, most of the chapters in the book are co-written with Colombian authors, because obviously I needed their expertise theoretically and empirically. The part of the book that I suppose is different is that, as you will be aware, Colombia has suffered terribly from violence really since its formation, or since before its formation, really, from the colonial invasion and occupation. But in particular, the so-called conflict between various guerrilla, paramilitares, narcotraficantes, and the state that has emerged, developed, thickened, and then transformed over the last 60 years, in which at least 250,000 have died and 8 million been displaced, mostly within the country, but not entirely. And the general approach adopted by political scientists, historians, sociologists, anthropologists is to look for the roots of this in very germane issues, such as the ungovernable terrain of the country, the fact that this was never really governed by the Spanish and has never really been governed since, the nature of the Cold War and the polarization that took place, the role of the United States using Colombia as a proxy, the viciousness of various Marxist-Leninist/Maoist influences, the right wing and its paramilitary, the sticky nature of oligarchies and oligopolies in Colombia, the particular nature of masculinity, the complexity of race relations, numerous other factors, all of which are very important. But so too, I thought, were issues to do with the popular. So there are chapters in the book about lots of things that aren't necessarily of interest to this conference, like football and the representation of the environment and sexual tourism and so on. The work that is most relevant to this conference is work that I did with Jesus and with Marta Milena. And it is about, and Jesus and Marta have done lots of work on this with reference not only to Colombia, but to other countries, violence against journalists. One of the key things that's important that all of you will be aware of is that particularly in the Anglo-Saxon world, attention to violence against journalists tends to focus on foreign correspondence. And the image frequently is of the brave and bold, monolingual white man or woman who goes to a trouble spot around the world and is a victim of shrapnel or sometimes assassination. one of the things that's very relevant to really two of the hotspots for journalists in terms of the violence they suffer in the world, namely Colombia and Mexico, is that in fact the victims are not pioneering, daring-do people from the Financial Times or the Guardian or the Telegraph. They are often indigenous people, indigenous intellectuals of the kind that Roy has worked with, who are often defenders of their society and their environment, and they are journalists working in small towns, in pueblos, in villages, or in very small cities, victims of the collusion between a certain kind of hypermasculinity, local narcotraficantes, and sometimes local administrations. These are frequently the people who are either threatened, sometimes increasingly on Twitter, by right-wing groups in very gendered ways. They are people who are assassinated. They are people whose families are assassinated. They are people who then either go to the bigger cities like Medellin or Bogota in order to try to escape this harassment, or they go overseas. And there are attempts to mitigate this situation in terms of services provided by elements of the state that are meant to protect these journalists, in terms of various non-government organizations, both local and international, and ways of trying to report the truth about narco government in various parts of Colombia by going global and going collective. So stories about assassinations and intimidation that are co-written with people in safer places and are published not only in the local newspaper or the local radio or TV station, but published internationally. So I wonder, Jesus, if you might want to add or subtract to anything I've said.
Yes, well, you make an excellent summary, Thomas, of many of the problems that we are facing there in Colombia. Perhaps I just add an idea is related to what also we mentioned in the chapter about media capture. This notion that most of the important news media in Colombia belongs to an elite, and most of the time are this economic elite that handle different business, but at the same time are the owner of those important news media. For instance, El Tiempo, the most important newspaper, belongs to Luis Carlos Sarmiento Angulo, which is the richest guy in Colombia. Caracol, which is the television and the radio, and also Blue Radio, belongs to the third richest family, Santo Domingo. RCN, which is the second most important TV channel, also belongs to this elite. And basically, the issue we show in the chapter is that most of the journalists face these problems when they have to cover issues related to economical aspect, structural aspect, political aspects, because there are interests. And for them, they have to, in certain way, to survive. They need the salary, they need to, and also the protection, the integrity of their life. So it is important to perhaps to show that this media culture plays a huge role in the media ecosystem in Colombia. And a second idea that I would like to highlight quickly is related to sensationalism, yellow press. For instance, 5 of the 10 most important newspapers in Colombia are sensationalist. They just provide information really superficial about crimes, about sport, and they are really cheap, but they are the ones that the people consume. And those particular newspapers and news media, they never really portray like a deep stories. They don't have opinion columns. So the analysis of the reality sometimes is not basically reach a really deep analysis of what happening there in Colombia. So most of the population, they don't have access because most of those news media are specialized in this superficial information. So this is a complex situation that we are facing there. And I guess what we try to do in that particular chapter with Marta Milena, with Toby, myself, is to try to offer some ideas in order to have a better perspective of what is happening in news media in Colombia.
Right, thanks, Jesus. And the other element that I think is unique to Colombia in the region is that virtually all the presidents and figures of major administration over the last decades have had direct media links, haven't they? They've been journalists or owners, or their daddies have been proprietors or whatever. So there is this oligarchic nexus, plus the so-called firewall in newspapers in particular, but also in other media, between advertising and editorial, has been broken down comprehensively, such that many journalists have to get probably half their salaries, if they're junior people on newspapers, Jesus, from selling advertising. This means that frequently they're selling advertising to people in the government, local or otherwise, and to other business interests. This, of course, compromises their ability to report objectively on those particular people and entities. So there are major problems, not only specific to physical violence, but to threats, and also to a compromising of any notion of journalistic capacity to report the truth fearlessly.
And you know, Zoe, when I started as a journalist in my country, like 30 years ago, my salary was 3 minutes of advertisement. So I had to sell these 3 minutes in order to get an income working for a radio station, news radio station. So it's a huge problem there. And this is the way that and of course, the private company, the public enterprise, when they pay these 3 minutes, you had to do only good news journalism for them. You're never going to criticize any decision. So it's really hard in that case.
I think a basic issue, if you're going to do anything about safety for journalists, or safety for anyone for that matter, is to have reliable information to build on. So what do you think the things you are now bringing up is doing actually to the possibility of maneuvering safely in the environment?
Well, as I said, there is a government entity, isn't there, Jesus, that is supposed to provide round-the-clock protection of journalists. And it does some of that work, but not nearly enough. And it's unclear to me as to why it is so ineffective. But the other things we mentioned have also proven fairly effective. One is getting out of Dodge, pardon my US expression. So leaving town, but continuing to report on germane issues. And that leaving town doesn't have to mean leaving Colombia. It can mean, as I said, going to a bigger city, or it can mean going out of the country, and operating in a more, I guess, solidarity form. You know, often journalists, particularly if you're working for a very small news organization, which I used to do when I lived in Australia, sees you as the only person doing a story, working on an issue. And sometimes for competitive reasons, you don't want others to know about that, right? Or your organization is very small and can't do much. Operating, in addition, in Colombia against the idea of being, in a sense, a unity, is the discouragement of unions, which is comprehensive in many parts of the economy. So countering those individualistic tendencies within journalism, within news organizations, and within Colombia in terms of unions is absolutely crucial, given that one really can't rely on the state for protection. So that means writing together, and sometimes even writing anonymously. So how can those, or not just writing, but producing stories, how can that come out effectively and safely? Well, in many cases, it does mean collaborating with non-government organizations, some of them Colombian, some pan-Latin American, some of them Western European, some of them from the United States. So I think the real answer is not to be a lone wolf in a sense, but rather to function collectively, because the obvious port of call for protection the state simply cannot be relied upon. Jesus, I don't know whether you want to comment on that too.
Yeah, those are the ways that I have a specific example. For instance, Daniel Coronel, the famous journalist, is now living in Miami. Although he's working for Univision, he's still the most important journalist in regard to investigation there in Colombia, although he's living in the United States. So some journalists have to travel outside. And as I mentioned, Toby, they have to work together. This notion of breaking news is sometimes not important anymore, because in order to cover certain topics, it is important to work with your colleagues and try to go together in big groups in order to avoid any problems, basically just for going to the specific place where the issue is taking place.
Great. I think it's actually time to bring in a different perspective or similar type of perspective from Uganda. Ingrid, would you like to welcome William? And William, you might like to unmute yourself.
Yes, I was, yeah, okay, so welcome, William Tayeba. You're with us from Uganda, and William have pre-recorded his presentation, so we will actually play William's presentation first, just to make sure that it's possible to hear it and the time, but William will be here and with us. So it will be possible to post questions both at the YouTube channel and for those of you who are inside the Zoom chatting room, it's possible to post questions there as well. So this presentation is Rethinking Safety of Journalists, a special issue of media and communication with several authors and contributors. So yeah. William has pre-recorded his presentation that we will now share with you if everything is right. Okay.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Academic State. Senior lecturer in the Department of Journalism and Communication. I'm delighted to present to you work that we published in the special issue of Media and Communication Journal under the theme of Rethinking Safety of Journalists. I am presenting this work on behalf of up to 20 authors, but especially on behalf of my co-editor, Professor Christine Scar-Orge, who has been my mentor in many respects, starting from the time when I was a student at the University of Oslo. Allow me now share our presentation in PowerPoint form. I believe that you are following us. The special issue of the Journal Media and Communication on the theme of rethinking safety of journalists was born from papers, academic papers that were presented during an academic conference under the theme on the safety of journalists to mark the 26th edition of the World Press Freedom Day, which took place in May 2019 in Addis Ababa, the Ethiopian capital. The academic conference was co-organized by several academic partners, including Oslo Metropolitan University, the MEC research group that you are familiar with right now, as well as Makerere University, where I am presenting from, in Uganda, the University of Malaga,
Things are not working as they should. Please go to the YouTube stream. I will try to start it again here.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Makerere University in Uganda. I'm Dr. William Tayebwa, a senior lecturer in the Department of Journalism and Communication. I'm delighted to present to you work that we published in the special issue of Media and Communication Journal under the theme of Rethinking Safety of Journalists. I am presenting this work on behalf of up to 20 authors, but especially on behalf of my co-editor, Professor Christine Scar-Orger, who has been my mentor in many respects, starting from the time when I was a student at the University of Oslo. Allow me now share our presentation in PowerPoint form. I believe that you are following us. The special issue of the Journal Media and Communication on the theme of rethinking safety of journalists was born from papers, academic papers that were presented during an academic conference under the theme on the safety of journalists to mark the 26th edition of the World Press Freedom Day, which took place in May 2019 in Addis Ababa, the Ethiopian capital. The academic conference was co-organized by several academic partners, including Oslo Metropolitan University, the MEC research group that you are familiar with right now, as well as Makerere University, where I am presenting from, in Uganda, the University of Malaga, in Spain, and the University of Sheffield in the United Kingdom, all in partnership with our wonderful partner over the years, UNESCO, particularly the Unit on Freedom of Expression and Media Development. A total of 13 papers were presented during the conference under 5 themes. You can see under each of these panels, several papers were presented. Panel 1 on the safety of women journalists, safety of journalists in times of elections, freedom of expression and freedom of the press, and finally, panel number 5, the challenges to the overall safety of journalists globally. If you want to access these papers and contact also the presenters, you can be able to go to the UNESCO website, which is still available. Out of those 13 papers, all the 13 papers were rigorously peer-reviewed. Out of the 13, 10 made it for publication in the special issue of Media and Communication, which came out in February 2020 as Volume 8, Issue Number 1. We, Professor Christine and myself, were the editors of that volume, and that volume, all the articles that we have talked about are available for free online. A look at the articles that are presented, you can see really representation that is global. For instance, what is highlighted here as article number 2 highlights the self-censorship among journalists in Uganda. Article number 2, as you can see, processes of journalistic self-censorship again during a particular event in Greece and Cyprus and Spain. Number 3 there, you see the safety of journalists in Bangladesh. Number 5, you can see Pakistan. Pakistan, number 5. Number 6, we see the experiences of female journalists with respect to online harassment in Nepal. The Me Too movement analyzed by colleagues in Norway, and issues to do with safety training, which is a very, very important issue. UNESCO, Professor Guy Berger himself, Director for Freedom of Expression and Media Development, has an article in the issue, as well as a very interesting article on strengthening monitoring of violations against journalists. So we really invite you to get hold of this particular special issue, which tackles very important issues with respect to the World Press Freedom Day theme of last year, but also clearly the theme of this year, particularly this particular conference that we are attending. We cannot end this presentation without thanking our many partners. Number one, the dedicated authors of the 10 articles in the volume. Number two, UNESCO team led by Professor Guy Baga, who went ahead to write an article for this issue. Number three, all the academic partners that I pointed out earlier on. Number four, definitely the editing team at Cogésio Press in Portugal, led by Raquel Silva. And number five, last but not least, the Norwegian Program for Capacity Building and Research for Development. There's a wonderful funding agency that funded very many postdoctoral students, but also senior researchers from Norway, from Nepal, from Makerere University, from South Sudan, that attended the academic conference in Addis Ababa to present their work and went ahead and published their work in this special issue. I thank you very much and encourage you and wish you a good reading of this particular special issue of media and communication. Thank you very much, and see you at any other event that we hope we look forward to meeting and sharing with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. Can you hear me now, William? You are with us, right?
Yes, Roy.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Loud and clear. Greetings, everyone.
Now we see you in your office. Welcome.
Yes,
Welcome,
yes.
William.
Thank you.
Did you also listen to the first book presentation from Colombia?
I listened to the first by Tom Mill and his team. Yes.
First of all, when you're rethinking safety, what do you exactly mean by rethinking? Why do we have to rethink safety? Is not safety something that should be permanent?
I think yes, you're absolutely right that safety of any human being should be permanent. There is no doubt about it. But I think there are new challenges that we are facing as journalists. A list of which, for instance, some of the articles that were highlighted by some of the colleagues, the new communication tools, the online tools that present new challenges or attacks online, not just offline as we've been used to, but attacks online, which require now digital safety. I think that requires some rethinking to go on. The whole rhetoric. I mean, we are familiar with the increasing global anti-media political rhetoric popularized by a leader of a prominent country. I'll not mention names, but we know. In the mantra of fake news. So very credible journalism all of a sudden is given a new name, which is fake news that makes it legitimate indeed for the journalist to be attacked in whichever form. So again, this is new. The whole phenomenon of fake news, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and the challenges that it poses. I think that calls for a rethinking process as well. But finally, I think with sustainable development goal, especially two articles in this particular issue speak to Article 16.10 that clearly refers to public access to information and the fundamental freedom that it is. Basically,
the global responsibility to protect journalists. I think that, you know, we now have to work together because we are all under attack. I have listened to my colleagues speaking to the issue in Colombia, and that really relates to what we read about colleagues in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, the issues that were presented about the case in Uganda. Right now, we are going into a general election. A few minutes ago, I was listening to tear gas because some opposition candidates were being registered, and during that fracas, many journalists are going to be attacked. So these are issues that need rethinking, Professor Roy.
Thanks. Toby, I know that your particular interest is in popular culture. How do you see these features that William is mentioning now, like fake news debates and online harassment and things like that? How are they sort of relating with the long history or the deep history of Colombia and creating new types of challenges?
Thanks, Roy. And first of all, can I just thank William, whom I've not met before, I think, but who spoke wonderfully. And it's great to have this comparative element to think about how journalism and journalists are imperiled in different places, but in somewhat similar ways. So looking back at these words that have become so powerful in the last 5 years in English, post-truth, Oxford English Dictionary's word of the year for 2016, and fake news. Where do they originate and what effects do they have? So a lot of people celebrated fake news in particular as a byproduct of fictive, mocking quasi-journalism in the US bourgeois media, programs that academics and others celebrated, like Jon Stewart, for example, making fun of the news and playing with it. That's where the fake news ideas come from, actually. Similarly, the post-truth ideas relate to all kinds of very interesting, valuable postmodern critiques of the certainty of knowledge, going back to the 80s and 90s, followers of Baudrillard and others, complaining about big science and absolute truth and grand narrative and so on, as elements supposedly associated with the excesses of Marxism-Leninism, of fascism, of colonialism, of masculinity, all kinds of connections that were very, very powerfully made, but had, as what Robert Merton in 1936 called the unintended consequences of licensing a whole assault on the notion of truth, which of course was never really understood in absolutist terms in science. It's always been relative, it's always been contingent, and the same with the best journalism. So I think those are where some of the origins circulate. Now, the issue in Colombia is that in addition to there being these sticky oligarchies and oligopolies and their associations with illegal drug trafficking and the massive informal economic sector, there has also been an unholy alliance between the opposite of people like Donald Trump, i.e. technocrats, technocrats who went to work in DC or did their PhDs in Ivy League colleges and learnt neoliberal shibboleths, became neoclassical economists, trotted out the public policy dogmas that have, in a sense, animated Latin America, as in many parts of the world over the last 50 years, and the bourgeois media, and the smaller media, and ties to intense violence. So what this has meant is that, for the reasons that Jesus explained with his wonderful anecdote about his salary being selling 3 minutes of radio time when he was a journalist, added to this incipient, inherent corruption in the journalistic labor process, have been these other links that are purportedly tied to an absolute notion of truth, the work of the technocrat, loyally doing the logic of the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the other inter-American organizations, mostly based in DC and so on, and these fundamentally mendacious and violent aspects of the popular. That's a very long sentence.
It was in place. Thanks a lot. William, in a few minutes, we'll have to stop this book presentation and continue with some great documentaries that we will show, one from Mexico and the other from Colombia. And I hope that you will join us for that. But there's time enough for at least one question or two to each of you. Could you say just a little bit about how is the safety for journalists now when you're entering the election phase?
Oh, yeah, pretty precarious because what happens is that apart from the journalists being present in the field covering these events and what that poses, in this post-COVID, COVID era, it is still COVID era here. The various protections that you must have and all that, what you should not do, where you should not go, and so on. The journalists are definitely affected by all that. But also, the censorship that my colleagues have talked about has become far more acute as the regime, in this country consolidates its hold and gets renewed opposition from a new generation of opposition politicians. As probably most people know, the long time opposition politician has now given way. That was Kano Kizza Besigye, has given way to a younger, more energetic former musician, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi, popularly known as Bobby Wine. So that energy has also renewed the energy by the state to really come aggressively towards any media outlets that give platform to the opposition. So that's really still that's there is no safety if you are being censured. And of course, what my colleagues Gerard Waruria and Gorete Nasanga talked about, self-censorship, together with other colleagues in that issue, the issue of self-censorship then becomes very acute. So those are the challenges that we are experiencing right now. Back to you, Roy.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much, both Toby Miller and also Jesus Antonio. And William, thank you so much for connecting to the Zoom room, for discussing with us. And I know I was having some big questions in my head, but I guess we will have other opportunities to discuss even more. So thank you very much. A lot of people have asked for the links for the books. Please I saw that Toby, you have already posted the link. So William, you can do the same. People are asking so people can read these new publications and share them. So we will have a very short break, 6 minutes before we start short documentaries, and we will actually continue with Colombia. So that is important and important issue, and also with Mexico. So, okay, see you in some 5-6 minutes. continue after this very short break. And now we're back with the short talk session about risk, resilience, and resistance. As maybe most of you heard when we start this day today, we talked about how we have changed a little bit the conference this year due to the COVID-19 and the restriction that we have on physical meetings. So we invited and we asked a lot of journalists, colleagues, scholars around the world to make short documentaries about this year's main topic, risk, resilience, and resistance. And we are screening 9 short documentaries made by both journalists and researchers, academics this year. So in this session, we have made an early wake-up call to both Mexico and Colombia. So we're very sorry, Yenue Zarate and Marta Milena Barrios, that we are waking you up early to make the presentations of your short documentaries. But we hope you have strong Mexican and Colombian coffee and will bear with us. This is the problem of, this is maybe the challenge of making this kind of digital conference, that we have different time zones. But we know at least that Yenue, you are already connected here, and we will screen your film. And we will screen the film of Marta Milena Barrios. She is not yet connected, but we will start with watching this film from Colombia. It's called Journalism in Colombia: From Risk to Resilience.
Colombia has been a stable democracy and has pioneered watchdog journalism. Colombia has been a stable democracy and has pioneered watchdog journalism in Latin America. However, by living in a country with many unsolved problems, after a half a century of armed conflict, Colombian journalists are exposed continuously to hazard and danger. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, illegal groups have recurred to massacres, about 50 in different parts of the country, to intimidate civilians and regain control over territory. After the signing of the peace agreement, more than 700 social leaders and 135 former combatants have been killed. Around 3,000 former guerrilla members have taken up arms again, and hundreds of people have been displaced from their homes as a result of violence. Delving into the risk, a well-done journalistic investigation concerning a sensitive issue can provoke threats to reporters, condolence letters for their funerals, telephone threats to them or their family members, pamphlets, and other horrible actions to make it clear that their lives can end at any time. Sometimes, journalists have had to flee the country or move to safer cities. Others have had to close news programs or reduce their agendas to cover soft news stories. The Foundation for Press Freedom calculated that 159 reporters were killed because of their work from 1977 to 2020. They have been attacked 2,353 times and suffered 21 kidnappings.
Colombia sigue siendo un país violento para ejercer el periodismo. Desde la firma del Acuerdo de Paz en el 2016, las amenazas contra los periodistas se han duplicado y tenemos en promedio más o menos que cada año 200 periodistas son amenazados. Esto además se acentúa en unas zonas donde distintos grupos ilegales están disputando el territorio y han generado unos puntos ciegos y unas zonas vedadas para los periodistas. En el 2019, 5 periodistas tuvieron que salir exiliados del país y otros varios casos de periodistas que tuvieron que desplazarse internamente entre municipios de Colombia a raíz del trabajo que ellos estaban haciendo.
Even though a handful of fortunate ones are granted protection from the National Protection Unit, local and regional reporters are among those who often report not receiving this protection. This institution was founded in 2011 to guard hundreds of people under threat. Unfortunately, being a victim of physical violence is not the only risk journalists face. In Colombia, reporters also experience online and judicial harassment, and legal and judicial tools are used to silence them. As a consequence, self-censorship is a complex and widespread issue in the country.
Esa violencia que viene de los grupos armados muchas veces se compagina con presiones que vienen de los mandatarios locales, como pueden ser los alcaldes o los gobernadores. Y esto sobre todo muchas veces pasa por la publicidad oficial como una medida de presión económica, ¿no? Que es una forma de controlar qué se está diciendo en los medios de comunicación y de castigar a quienes critican a los gobernantes y premiar a quienes están haciendo un cubrimiento favorable de la gestión.
Violence in Colombia has multiple origins, including criminality, inequality, impunity, and even corrupt public officials. A cultural ethos where differences are resolved with violence hangs like a sword over every journalist's head. Nevertheless, journalism resists. In Colombian journalism, there is no more significant example of resistance than that of the newspaper El Espectador.
Que en 1887 don Fidel Cano decidió fundar El Espectador, un medio para defender las ideas liberales en aquel momento cuando estaban completamente proscritas en Colombia por un gobierno de corte conservador. Por eso obviamente el periódico pues, fue clausurado a las pocas semanas de haber salido y de ahí en adelante muchísimas veces don Fidel Cano estuvo preso por publicar un discurso de un patricio liberal. Más, bueno, un obispo de Medellín decidió que era pecado mortal leer El Espectador. Aquí sigue El Espectador adelante, dando ese mismo tipo de batallas, con muchas presiones, por supuesto, con muchos señalamientos. Hoy también nos llaman guerrilleros, cosas por el estilo.
For 133 years, it has continued to circulate despite threats from different sources.
Quisiera contarles que es un periódico que ha padecido mucho porque defiende la libertad, porque defiende la democracia y porque siempre ha querido decir la verdad. Fue cerrado durante la dictadura militar por el general Rojas Pinilla durante años, padeció la censura porque se contaba la verdad sobre el narcotráfico. El director y uno de sus dueños, don Guillermo Cano, fue asesinado y también el periódico fue volado con una carro-bomba. A pesar de esto, el periódico volvió a salir al día siguiente del asesinato de don Guillermo Cano y al día siguiente de la bomba, con el propósito de seguir adelante. Cuando el periódico sufrió estos ataques, dijo que quería seguir adelante con la verdad y actualmente tenemos el mismo propósito. Creo que seguimos publicando el mejor diario de Colombia.
Another proof of resistance these days are independent journalism websites. They were founded by senior journalists who decided to continue practicing quality journalism on their own as they didn't feel freedom to carry it out in the media for which they worked. Some engage in investigative journalism. Examples include Los Danieles, Consejo de Redacción, and Vorágine, which investigates issues that do not usually appear on the public agenda, especially human rights and corruption, with a focus on the regions. There's also Volcánicas, a feminist journalism magazine that aims to advance women's and human rights. Additionally, there are non-governmental alliances among media such as Proyecto Antonio Nariño and the League Against Silence, defending freedom of expression. Years of resistance have made Colombian journalism a vivid testimony of resilience. Given the nature of their work, journalists are regularly exposed to stressful experiences. However, the violent reality the country has suffered for so long caused Colombian journalists to have to deal with the pain of the truth they are reporting and witness disturbing events. Sometimes the images they have seen are permanently engraved in their memories. At other times, reporting violent stories can produce traumatic reactions in journalists that last for months or years. It's not only that, Colombian journalists have also been victims. However, as living proof of resilience, many have prevented personal trauma by limiting the quality of their work and have moved on.
Yo he dicho muchas veces que a mí el periodismo me ha salvado, a mí el periodismo me salvó la vida. El volver a la redacción, el tener la oportunidad de volver a escribir, de volver a hacer reportería, de consagrarme en cuerpo y alma solamente a hacer reportería, me devolvió parte del oxígeno que necesitaba para seguir avanzando. Pero eso ocurría en el día. Y en el día yo era una reportera brillante que hacía las mejores crónicas sobre la guerra, que llegaba a los lugares donde ningún otro periodista llegaba, que tenía fuentes de primera mano. Pero en la noche era la mujer violentada sexualmente, que solamente podía llorar y lamentarse de lo que había ocurrido. Y en esa situación estuve 9 años. Fueron largos 9 años en los que me negué a identificarme como víctima, pero además en los que me negué a hablar de lo que había ocurrido porque creía que no tenía el derecho a hacerlo, que las únicas que tenían derecho a ser violentadas eran esas mujeres de las que yo escribía, pero yo como periodista no tenía ese derecho. Y eso obviamente fue deteriorando mi salud, al punto que en algún momento llegué a pesar 39 kilos. Cada vez me veía peor, pero yo no dejaba de trabajar. Y tengo que agradecerle a las personas que me permitieron seguir trabajando, que me dieron la mano para no desfallecer en eso que estaba haciendo. Y creo que allí empieza una parte muy importante de lo que es Ginette Bedoya hoy, pero además de lo que Ginette Bedoya logró hacer con su dolor a través del periodismo.
Tens of thousands of Colombian women are affected every year by violence. Some are journalists. They have suffered violence when doing their jobs and have continued to offer their audiences quality journalism, taking the opportunity to encourage other women to make their experiences of grief more public and bring perpetrators to justice. They have been capable of a positive adaptation despite the significantly adverse experiences or traumas they have suffered. From pre-Columbian times through 2 centuries of independence, there have been multiple reasons to threaten the right of citizens to receive reliable information. But journalists of various generations have faced unspeakable risk, resisted over the years by being resilient, and continue adapting to better serve the times and their public.
To the Colombian team and especially to Marta Milena Barrios, that we hope we can discuss a little bit with also later. But I know that Yenue Zarate, you are connected and together with Miguel Crespo, who is a photojournalist who is also with us. So are you there? Can you say hello if you are there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, Ingrid. Hello, Roy.
Buenos dias. How early is it for you?
Yeah, good evening, Oslo. Good morning in Mexico City.
Yes.
We're very happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Yes, is also Miguel connected? Miguel Crespo, the colleague, photojournalist?
Yes, he's here.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon.
If you connect your camera, maybe we can see you.
I can see him. I don't know if you can see him.
Yeah. Okay, but maybe Yenue, you have made maybe not such a short documentary, maybe a little bit longer documentary actually. Yeah, we can see you, Miguel. Hello, good morning, buenos dias. So if you could give us a short introduction before we actually see the movie that you have made.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank you for challenging me as an academic to do a short doc, which I was not, I had no idea how to do it. And thank you for this challenge. We did a journalist that is part of my research on female Mexican journalists that report femicide and women's issues. And well, it was an interesting experience for both of us. And thank you so much. I hope you like it.
Okay, great. So then we will see the movie They Will Not Silence Our Voices, a documentary from Mexico.
Chihuahua fue asesinada la periodista Miroslava Breach-Belducea.
En México fue asesinado otro periodista.
Los feminicidios en el país siguen ocurriendo.
Se confirmó la muerte de la periodista María Elena Ferral.
Que México se encuentra entre los países donde es más peligroso ejercer el periodismo.
En este país tan convulsionado, no queda de otra que seguir haciendo periodismo para incomodar.
Yo le demuestro que puedo ser periodista. ¿Cuántos hombres periodistas tuvieron que decir, póngame a prueba para demostrarle que sí puedo cubrir nota roja?
Tratar de hacernos quedar mal, de menospreciar nuestra información, de siempre decir que la habíamos obtenido de alguna manera indecorosa, diga.
Y me decían este tipo de cosas como la niñita o la madrecita esa. Cuando con mis compañeros reporteros hombres, pues a ellos sí les decía, ¿no? El licenciado. Nadie nos dijo que nos iban a matar, pero nadie les dijo que no nos iban a callar.
México es uno de los países más peligrosos para ejercer el periodismo. 131 periodistas han sido asesinadas y asesinados desde el 2000. Algunas son Regina Martínez, Rubén Espinosa, Javier Valdés, Miroslava Breach y Norma Sarabia. Artículo 19 documentó 56 agresiones a mujeres periodistas en 2019. 10 de estas tienen un componente de género. Ciudad de México, Baja California y Veracruz son los estados más peligrosos. Dentro de este contexto, las mujeres periodistas se enfrentan a un doble desafío. En primer lugar, un país con un alto nivel de hostilidad hacia su gremio, y en segundo lugar, su condición y situación de género en un país feminicida.
Bueno, Juárez saca un decreto en donde dice que pueden las mujeres empezar a recibir ya educación, principalmente en las escuelas de maestras, y van a ser ellas las que empiezan a fundar sus publicaciones, las de la Náhuac, el álbum de la mujer, Correo de las señoras, pero también a cuestionarse su mundo, a denunciar cierta discriminación. Antes de terminar el siglo XIX, Violetas de la Náhuac, fundado por Laureana Wright, que si el apellido es una mexicana que nació en Tasco Guerrero. Creo que ahí vemos una presencia de mujeres y ya sienten que el periodismo es parte de su transformación en las sociedades. Las mujeres mexicanas van a empezar a aparecer ya como reporteras en la década de los 30, que también pues es un momento significativo de la lucha del voto de las mujeres.
Dudan algunos compañeros de las capacidades, infantilizan, ¿no? Creyendo que basándose en la poca experiencia que tengo, porque no, sí empezaron a surgir como ciertas preguntas de incómodas, honestamente, quedan de ¿y por qué tú estás aquí? ¿Por qué te contrataron a ti? ¿Y que no estás muy chiquita para estar aquí?
Pues sobre todo en Chihuahua es un medio machista, muy misógino, me ha tocado estar en medios muy misóginos donde pues de pronto las fuentes que te dan de primera instancia son salud, educación, porque las consideran más débiles, no son las fuentes del poder, son fuentes que te tienes que ir ganando, ¿no? Tú como mujer, y que a hombres sí se las dan.
El futuro no llega, se construye por mí, por nosotras y por las otras. Estamos cansadas de tanta violencia.
¿Cuántos siglos, cuántos años pasamos sedientas? ¿Cuántos muros destruiremos para la revuelta? ¿Cuándo podré relatarte cuando estoy contenta? Pero hoy me encuentro con mi rabia y estoy bien alerta de todo lo que pueda pasar a mi alrededor. Las niñas son quemadas en Virgen de la Asunción, decepción, desolación. Solo nos queda luchar por una solución.
Ciudad Nezahualcóyotl, en el Estado de México, es también conocida como Neza York o Minnesota. Es de los lugares con mayor densidad urbana, pero casi no hay parques, solo pavimento. Las construcciones están inacabadas, los árboles son escasos, hay palmeras, pero están secas y amarillas. Un panorama urbano de asfalto y sol. Así como su paisaje, es su impunidad. Las mujeres desaparecen, sus cuerpos son encontrados sin vida, sin nombre. Solo esperan que alguien las reconozca. Un cartel pegado en un poste decía 26 de febrero de 2018 Ecatepec. Todavía no se sabe mi nombre ni edad, aproximadamente 20 años. Encontraron mi cuerpo tirado en la banqueta en la colonia Jardines. Neza tiene doble declaratoria de alertas por violencia de género contra las mujeres, una por desaparición de mujeres, adolescentes y niñas y otra alerta por feminicidio. En enero de 2020, el periódico La Jornada publicó que los municipios del Estado de México con mayores tasas de feminicidio son Ecatepec, Toluca y Naucalpan. En 2019, 472 mujeres murieron de forma violenta.
Defendemos con nuestros puños de acero, así que con cuidado, acosador callejero, marido, patrón, estado femicida y cualquier cabrón.
A mí me tocó cubrir cuando instalaron la antimonumenta, que fueron 15 familias de víctimas de feminicidio. Bueno, cuando yo inicié en el reporteo, eran 7 mujeres al día. Y ahorita que continúo trabajando, pues me encuentro con cifras de organizaciones que estiman que son más de 10 mujeres asesinadas al día. Y vemos una violencia que se incrementa y además un Estado que es negligente. Y nuestro trabajo como reporteras mujeres es visibilizar esta violencia y también entender de dónde parten, que no son hechos aislados. Los casos de feminicidios que habían sido disfrazados de suicidio, el descubrir que no hay una vinculación desde las violencias previas que puede sufrir una mujer, desde cómo se rompen las cadenas de evidencia, cuando pues no hay una apertura de una carpeta de investigación y simplemente se escudan bajo la cuestión de suicidio. Entonces se pierden evidencias, las familias no obtienen ni respuestas ni justicia y algunas son intimidadas para no denunciar.
Es un tanto frustrante, pero tienes que seguir, tienes que dar cuenta de lo que está pasando. Si ves a las mamás que de pronto, claro, súper dobladas y es muy duro, pero después las ves empoderarse y luchar.
Pues aquí encontramos 3 vértebras. Al parecer son pues un 90% humanas.
Son sutiles, no son como que te pongan una pistola enfrente y que te llamen y te digan, tía, te vamos a matar. O sea, no, son sutiles, pero son amenazas.
¿Hubo alguna cuestión de homicidios y aparentemente estaba relacionado los militares? Me tocó hacer esa cobertura. Recuerdo que llegaron a la oficina donde trabajaba y se bajaron soldados del ejército con una charola plateada, llegaron con un sobre, tenía mi nombre y entonces era dirigido a mí para tener una reunión en el cuartel militar, una mesa en círculo donde me reciben, no recuerdo cuántos eran, entre 6 y a lo mejor 10 militares, todos con sus trajes, sus condecoraciones. Me presenta, me habla, usted es la niña que se ha estado portando mal, una niña, ¿no? Como si estuviera castigada, tuviera que escuchar a mis papás y a mis tíos reprenderme de algo, ¿no? Y mira, nosotros no somos como malos. Por ejemplo, si yo quisiera desaparecerla a usted, yo podría hacerlo y nadie se entera, ¿no cree?
Me abrían a mí una campaña simultánea, varios de estos, diciéndome hasta lo que no. Manejadora de casas de citas, salí como la proveedora de mujeres, de funcionarios y gobernantes, aparece una narcomanta colgada. Y pues ahí dice que este compañero y yo íbamos a valer no sé qué, nos hacían sentir que era una narcomanta del narcotráfico, que nos estaba amenazando para que ya no denunciáramos. Y a consecuencia de eso, aparece otra manta al día siguiente en una vialidad muy cercana de nuestra oficina, donde esa sí se le atribuye a grupos de narcotraficantes de aquí, donde decía algo así como: señores periodistas, nosotros no fuimos, nada que ver, esto son otras situaciones, ¿no? Y a nosotros se nos hizo algo pues nunca visto, ¿no?
Que las difamen y las relacionan como amantes de algún diputado, ¿no? O sea, es como mucho el usar tu imagen, tu cuerpo como para desprestigiarte, ¿no?
Los comentarios de un regidor, de un funcionario, una vez se acercó a pesar de los fuertes cuestionamientos que yo le había hecho, y se acercó y me dijo: qué bien se ve usted hoy con esa falda. Entonces cambié mi forma de vestir y también mi actitud para con las personas, de ser lo más arisca posible.
Cubriendo estas mismas fuentes policíacas, pues sí me tenía que relacionar con policías, a veces me daban su número y yo los tomaba pues como eso, como fuentes. Y hubo muchas ocasiones en las que estas personas, marinos, elementos del ejército, policías, pues sí se propasaron. Era un poco también el miedo de decir, o sea, no le puedo decir o reclamar, porque finalmente pues es una persona armada y sabía que la violencia la estaban generando las instituciones policíacas.
No solamente es atacar tu capacidad como profesionista, sino utilizar la vida privada de las mujeres periodistas para arrebatar esa credibilidad en la sociedad.
Yo en este recorrido que he hecho en la historia del periodismo de mujeres, nunca encontré que las mataran por ser periodistas, ni en la Revolución Mexicana, en donde la amenaza no va no solamente con nuestro trabajo, sino hacia nuestros cuerpos.
Cuando lancé estas notas, en las redes sociales del periódico, en perfiles falsos, empezaron a subir comentarios diciendo como vieja pendeja. También subieron unas especies de imágenes editadas en las que daban a entender que me querían ver muerta. En esas imágenes En una ponían como que era una escena de pelea y ponían como que un cuerpo destrozado, en el que la figura femenina que estaba partida en dos tenía mi cara y el hombre que estaba de pie pues tenía la cara del alcalde. Y otra imagen era, estaba sentada una persona y le pusieron mi cara y atrás estaba el presidente municipal con una pistola apuntándome. Entonces sí me dio miedo porque dije, para entonces ya teníamos muchos periodistas asesinados en el estado y no había ocurrido absolutamente nada. Y pensé sobre todo en el dolor que iba a sentir mi madre. Tan así fue esa como desesperación o esa preocupación que ella cerró un negocio para dedicarse a andar conmigo trabajando y de alguna manera decir pues que me protegía, ¿no? Que íbamos juntas.
Pero es una frase que me dijo Adela Navarro, pues sobreviviremos. O sea, siempre hemos estado en medio de estos dos juegos, que es o crimen organizado, grupos armados, pero también del poder. Cuando eres crítico, quedas en medio de este juego cruzado. Y si en otros gobiernos sobrevivimos a y este nuevo ambiente de plataformas digitales y de violencia también contra mujeres periodistas, sobreviviremos también.
Hoy celebro a las putas, a las negras, a las gitanas, a las mayas, a las chincas y a las lesbianas, a las que trabajan en casa. ¿Qué pasa? Ya no tenemos miedo, nos defendemos con nuestros puños de acero. Así que con cuidado, acosador callejero, marido, patrón, estado femicida y cualquier cabrón. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que vienen. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que van. Sueño con un mundo mejor por las que transitan, por las que se fueron y por las que ya no están. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que vienen. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que van. Sueño con un mundo mejor por las que transitan, por las que se fueron y por las que ya no están. ¿Cuántos siglos, cuántos años pasamos sedientas? ¿Cuántos muros destruiremos para la revuelta? ¿Cuándo podré relatarte cuando estoy contenta? Pero hoy me encuentro con mi rabia y estoy bien alerta de todo lo que pueda pasar a mi alrededor. Las niñas son quemadas en Virgen de la Asunción, deserción, desolación. Solo nos queda luchar por una solución. No me quedaré sentada, los poderosos sueñan ver a la población sumisa y desilusionada. Esos tienen nombre, se hacen llamar como oligarquía nacional, pero sabemos que lo respalda el imperialismo irracional. Ayer fue España y Alemania, hoy son los USA y nadie dice nada. Pero que les quede claro, los pueblos y las mujeres estaremos organizadas. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que vienen. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que van. Sueño con un mundo mejor por las que transitan, por las que se fueron y por las que ya no están. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que vienen. Sueño con un mundo mejor para las que van. Sueño con un mundo mejor por las que transitan, por las que se fueron y por las que ya no.
Thank you so much, Yanue Zarate from Mexico and Miguel Crespo, who is a photojournalist who made this movie together with Yanue. So congrats. I can see that on the YouTube channel, people are like clapping their hands, and for all the short docs that we've seen up until now, as really important contribution to the field of discussing safety of journalists. So Yanue and also Miguel, I just wanted to ask you if you could give us a few like comments and like on how you made the movie, like the angle of the movie. It's a specific focused on female journalists, like how you approached it and yeah, how it was for you to make this short doc.
Well, as I said before, it was part of my research. The only issue was that we are in the middle of a pandemic, so we cannot go out. So that was a problem, how to solve the interviews via Zoom and to take care of the quality and the sound. And some of these journalists are displaced, so are in places that we are not allowed to say where they are. So in a way, it was easier. To have the interviews via Zoom, and to give this angle with all these feminist protests that many of these journalists told us that is very hard to report, and that's where several violence, aggressions towards female journalists occur in the middle of the protest, and there are also threats to journalists and to activists. So, and we also decided to focus on the periphery of Mexico City in the state of Mexico, just to show the issue of femicides linked with the female reporters. So I just want to thank Miguel, because I had no clue how to do a script. And he's my former G student, journalism student. He was very bright, and now he's a brilliant documentalist and editor. And I'm just very happy to have worked with him. And it was a learning process to me. And he was very kind also. And we had a lot of fun. So I don't know if Miguel wants to say something.
Hello, it's a pleasure to greet you from Mexico. I would like to thank Jenue for inviting me to work in the short documentary. That I hope to be very helpful to know the stories of these Mexican journalists who make a very empathic, relevant, and necessary job in the violent country. Thank you so much.
And yeah, in this movie, we see actually so many different specific issues for Mexico. Some maybe are general, maybe some can recognize like the same kind of risk and threats also in other countries. But what would you say is like very specific for the Mexican, the threats that the Mexican journalists are facing? And if you also can say something about your title, that is, They Will Not Silence Our Voices. I think your title says something about maybe both resistance and resilience among the journalists. What do you see as strategies, maybe from the journalists themselves and maybe unions and organizations, on how to face these kind of multiple layers of threats against journalists?
Yes. Well, first of all, my part of my research question is, we are in a country, Mexico is a country that is, as you might know, and Freedom House has reported, and Committee to Protect Journalists, and Article 19. We're one of the countries that is most dangerous to practice journalism. So first of all, we are, I believe it's in a double level risk for female journalists. First of all, is the fact that they are journalists in the midst of a hostile country. And the second is that they are female journalists in the midst of a femicide country, that every day 10 women disappear and die. Therefore, it's a misogynistic country to practice journalism, and it's a hostile country for the press. So it's a double risk challenge for them. And but at the same time, they have several resilient strategies. Some of them are that they don't sign the feature and the report with their name, so they can protect each other. They have learned also recently to be together and to form a guilds of female journalists, and to learn from the other colleagues. So I believe it's a hostile environment, but at the same time, they are learning how to survive as a women and as a reporters. So I will, at the same time, it's very interesting to see how they are starting to think and to think not only individually, but in a guild, in a group of female journalists. And that, I believe, is one of the most important lessons of this short doc, how how they survive, no? Even though they have threats to their bodies and to their image and also to their voices. That's one of the most important things, because in the middle of a misogynistic patriarchal country, to be a female journalist and to have a voice in society is not well regarded, no? Even a journalist or a female politician or a female activist. Therefore, they try to shoot them down. So the violence goes towards their bodies and their moral behavior, their sexual behavior, and they have all kinds of campaigns in certain parts of Mexico of videos, sexual videos that are obviously they are a mistake, and they bent that their sexual lives are X, Y, etc., just to take away their voices and their prestige via their sexual and moral behavior. And in a Catholic society, that's important because the moral and sexual behavior of a female is part of their prestige. So that's what they attack, no? In the other hand, the male journalist is towards their manliness and their and if they are homosexual. So it's a different kind of threats that they receive. So, but mostly because they're female, is towards their body and their image and their voices and their sexual behavior and their family. So, so yes, I believe it's harder to receive these kind of threats, because they're not only being judged because they are a journalist and they have a voice and they have intelligence and they are showing news to society and new reports, is also towards that they are female and they are worthless in a femicide country. And they're not, obviously, no?
Thank you very much, Yenue, for this great video. Miguel too. I know by accident that your PhD was about Colombia.
Yes,
so
yes.
Perhaps it's fitting to ask, how do you compare those two cases? A few years ago, people in Mexico were talking about the danger of becoming a new Colombia, Colombianization of Mexico. How do you see the situation for journalists in Colombia and Mexico today?
Well, that's a very good question. Thank you, Roy. Some people compare the Colombian case of journalists with Mexican case, but I believe are two different scenarios, because of course, the Colombian case, they had a guerrilla and paramilitary and government and armed forces and several actors in the conflict that threatened and killed and disappeared journalists. One could say is just similar in terms of the violence and the multifaceted violence that the journalists receive. But I believe Mexico is a different case, because we also have corruption and we also have negligence and we also have impunity. It's 99% of impunity. So if we had assassination of a journalist, it probably won't be looked into, and we'll never know if who killed them, who threatened them. So it's not also dangerous to report. We know that the justice system it won't work. So so yes, I saw the short doc of Marta Milena with El Espectador, and they show, of course, the Espectador reporters that are magnificent, and Ginette Bedoya, that is a brilliant journalist as well. And we have similarities because we are part of Latin American countries, and we share the weak democracies and the weak judiciary system that doesn't protect journalists. But at the same time, what happened in Colombia is that they protected the journalists, the NGOs and the activists and the academics, and they made a guild to protect and to take care of their own journalists. And And that's what is missing in Mexico. And we are just starting to realize the importance to make alliances between academics and activists and journalists in order to protect them. So it's an exemplary case, Colombia, and they have an amazing journalist and investigative journalists, as we have seen in the short doc of Marta Milena. And at the same time, in Mexico, I believe now, is a truly hostile country with, as I said, 99% of impunity. So yes, I think it's important to show the work of these journalists in this conference, in order for all the people that can see how do they work, how they report in the middle of this situation, and what kind of threats are they receiving, and they are also used to. One of the challenges of this of my research was to ask them about the violence that they were receiving, and most of them, they have normalized the violence, and they didn't get to see that they were in the middle of a violent environment, because they tend to normalize it in order to keep on, and that's important. Not only the violence towards women, but also to journalists. And when I asked them, they started to realize all kind of violence that they had minimized in order to be strong and to continue working. So obviously, in every interview as a researcher, they broke me down, because it's very hard to hear them, and I care about them because some of them were my students, and of course. At the same time, they are so brave and they are so smart, and that is amazing to hear them and to watch them and to show them here as well. And some of these journalists are watching now, very early in the morning in the YouTube channel. So I salute you, all of you.
Yeah. We're actually getting a few questions from the YouTube chat and also from the Zoom chat. I think you addressed the first question already. Did you encounter any challenges in bringing people into the project? How did you address them? Would you like to add something on that?
How did I address the interviewees?
Yes.
It's a research technique of a snowball, that I have one contact and then the other. And some of these journalists, the ones from Baja California, from Tijuana, Dorelena and Gabriela Martinez, a year ago that I started my fieldwork research, I was in Tijuana, so I had interviewed them. So they knew me. So when I told them about the short doc, they accepted right away. And so that was the easy part. Some others was via, researchers' work, contact, and the only problem was that I usually never do ethnography via Zoom or via telephone call, because it's very hard. But that was the issue, the challenge here, to try to address these questions in a via virtually, and to adapt as a researcher to a new kind of a technical device. So that was the issue. Some others were I knew them because I knew them from before. So as you see, this short doc is part of a research that I started 2 years ago. It's a result of it's a byproduct of this research. So yes, I had walked through a path before, so it was easier just to translate all the academic research into a few words, and that was very interesting, because I tend to write as an academic, so I used to write these paragraphs about Nezahualcóyotl, etc. And Miguel, he used to always tell me, "What are you trying to say about this public sphere or public space?" And I was like, there is no parks in Nezahualcóyotl. And he said, just said that there is no parks. You don't have to say public space. So I was thinking, well, what about Habermas and all the theories? And he was like, no, make it simple. So that was interesting from him, because he kind of translate all the academic jargon into a more approachable language. And well, I don't know if I addressed that question and I answered properly.
Thanks a lot. There's a question about how can we get access to the documentaries after the conference. Well, of course, I think that everyone will try as good as they can to publish the short documentaries, and we will also make sure to have a copy available at the blog of the research group organizing this conference. So I sent that link to everyone in the Zoom room. It's quite easy to find it. Just Google Media, War and Conflict Research Group at Oslomet and you will find that blog. Okay, I think quite soon we will have to make ourselves ready for the more academic group sessions. And yeah.
Yes, okay. So again, thank you very much, Yenue, Zarate, and Miguel Crespo from Mexico. Thank you very much also for connecting so early. And as you said, Yenue, maybe some of your students are watching. I'm not sure, but there's a lot of people at the YouTube channel. I think you should check it out because a lot of people are writing comments about the film, also colleagues from Zimbabwe and the Philippines. So people are very impressed, and some people actually say an eye-opener, which I think is so important with this documentary, but also kind of maybe frustrating, because I know that in Mexico you have worked, you and so many colleagues and journalists have worked for so many years, denouncing the situation, like speaking out really loud that something is going in a very wrong direction in Mexico. So maybe documentaries like this will help us even more to discuss these issues, to connect them with other geographies during this conference and beyond. So thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to Marta Milena Barrios as well, who produced the documentary from Colombia. Yeah, both Marta and Yenue, and also maybe Miguel, if we can meet physically next year, you know, that is what we prefer, not this digital long distance connections. But yeah, anyway, great to see you. And again, virtual applause for all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Just to make it clear that the group sessions, the paper sessions, the academic presentations, they will not be streamed. So this will be the end of the stream. For those of you who have registered to join the paper sessions, the parallel sessions, you can, in 15 minutes, click on the link you have received and join the paper presentations. So tomorrow morning, we will start a little bit later at 12 o'clock Oslo time. That is 1.5 hours later than today. So much better for the Latin American friends to join us. Hope to see you again tomorrow, most of you, and most of you also in the paper sessions.
Yes, so I will just say that now, as Roy said, the paper sessions will start. And as you will see in the program, the session 1 will start at 3 o'clock. I will just make sure now I'm not saying anything wrong. At 3 o'clock, but session 2 will start 2:45. So make sure that you are in the right Zoom room. Please write us an email as soon as possible if you are unsure of these Zoom links to get into the right room and listen to the paper sessions. So we will have 4 sessions today and 4 sessions tomorrow. And as you know, you are all welcome to join and to listen and to discuss with the different work that we will hear. So, yeah, then it's over and out for the stream and the empty auditorium for today. And yeah, make sure to be ready tomorrow because we will have a screening of documentaries. Start today with documentaries from Zimbabwe produced by Mercy Magawa Mubayiwa. Mercy, please forgive me for pronouncing your name wrong, and Kriti Bujo from Nepal. So that is how we will start the day tomorrow. But still, we have some more energy for the paper sessions this afternoon. So see you in the Zoom rooms, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.